cool. So I was muted. All right. So I have some new music. Hopefully it's not terrible. Why are you making noise? Alright. Doop. Alright, it looks like we're gonna jump into some of this. Get some practice games in. BRBs.
I am extremely ready for this. We ready?
All my stationery's out near the room. So I had to find a notebook and a pen to deal with. So I can take my notes for my Apex. Beat the view from up here. Going to containment. It's my first game in a couple days. So hopefully I'm not going to be as trash as I think I'm going to be. Two guns. Oh yeah, my accuracy's terrible. Should not have pushed that. I knew my accuracy's gonna be garbage. Alright, that was fun. That was fun. You guys enjoyed that? I enjoyed that. So I got 2 new channels to try for non-copyright music. And I have no idea what these titles are because they're in Russian or something. Try this again. Let's see what happens. This music is... Alright, here's some in English. Let's try Chasing Palm Trees. probably interesting, I would say so.
No cluster foxtrots in my unit. Let's run this.
What the
All that matters is being the last one alive.
Alright, so I did my hair for this. Nothing wrong with looking good in the ring, and I look
No, your garbage music. Let's see what Destiny's about. It's named Destiny. It's only 3 minutes long. Let's.
This is your champion.
I wish all of you could fight tomorrow too, but you'll be dead.
Let's land here. Dropping in. Hang on.
Well, longbow is. Yeah, give me a sight. Give me a sight. A flatline? Oh, it's fucking on. Nice.
Attention.
Reloading. Alright, enemy down. Enemy killed. I took care of it. Oh man, we lost one. Now I have to do extra work. Reloading.
Oh man, this is crazy. It's like it doesn't even look right. The controls feel off. Just everything feels. Of course, that dude left. Like a chump sandwich that he is.
I need light ammo.
Light ammo here.
That's all I got.
I could use that. Thank you.
Hey, you, my friend, are very welcome.
Alright, here we go. Let's get into this.
Body shield here. Level 2.
Champion eliminated. The champion made a poor choice.
Oh. Let's get away from that. Target over there. We got a target up at the.
Okay.
Enemy spotted. It looks small.
Okay. The ring's closing in 1. We're not very close. Enemy spotted.
I don't see them. Probably should be wearing my glasses. Let's just.
There's a jump tower over
Let's
there.
just run. Let's just go.
Yep.
Alright, you really want to do this? You don't want to leave this fight? Let's do it then.
Spotted.
Shots fired and they're hitting me.
Yeah, fucking left. Should have just left. Oi! Oi! Should have just left there, mate. Actually, let me go grab my glasses. Let's do her. Let's ready up, BRB. I'm back. I'm working on a little piece of art as well.
Master, this time.
Working on some art. I got too much stuff here. What the fuck, people?
Let's touch down here. Hit the jets. We're dropping hot.
Here we go. Let's go that way, people. Come on, people.
Let's go this way.
Party inside.
Hear me.
Thank you, thank you.
I got some bad guys here.
Terrible fuckos. Yay.
Making contact with enemy. Contact with target.
Yay. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I'm so rusty. Super rusty.
These legs aren't made for walking.
Pop the smoke, make 'em broke.
Powered up and ready to go.
Introducing your champion.
touchdown here.
Let's touchdown wherever. Let's go. Let's do this.
Let's land here.
Run tight. It's time to drop, shot, and rock. Let's check out this area.
Are you kidding me?
Okay.
Unwise coyote. She's been jump mashing, bro. Alright, they're coming back here. Alright, come on, give me the loot, give me the loot. I'm a bad man. Give me the loot, give me the loot.
Backpack here. Level 1. Lucky us. We are already inside the ring. Peacekeeper here.
Optics here. Sniper. Make sure flash
Actually, I'm gonna switch controllers real quick.
got an extended energy bag here.
Got the pop-up duds.
We go check out here.
Use grapple.
There we go.
Enemy real close. About time we got ourselves a fight.
Why are you leaving us, bro? Look at all this. And...
Death box here.
oh, you're the worst.
Got you entangled in here. Putting lead down range. Reloading. Off the right. I'm spotted. Taking fire. They're shooting at me.
Attention.
Throwing out
There is a new kill leader.
Throwing thermite.
Oh, Jesus.
Kill leader.
Level here.
Need lead. Go down. Bad guys, let's do this. Moving here. One second.
Got our squad mate's banner.
Take that anyway.
Nice. Champions out. Meat guys having one hell of a day.
Stiff. Never mind. Recharging shields. Already inside the ring. Giving my shields a recharge.
What? Why would you go to that one?
Let's go this way.
Attention.
Giving my shields a recharge. Incoming care package.
I don't know why you came to Skull Town, bro.
Fire, friends.
Faster, faster, faster! Down!
Oh, and you fucking left. You put us in this fucking position. And you fucking leave.
Healing. Ah, this is taking too long. Half the squads remain. No kill leader. Show off.
Oh, right, teammate went down there, but somebody else probably got their little bag now. What's up, Nicole? What's happening?
We could check out here.
I mean, we could, but you need a fucking shirt, buddy.
Wrap it up.
Oh, oh,
Care package over here. Devotion. Energy ammo here. Standard stock here. Level 2. Backpack
grab
here.
that bag, bro. What's that? Hmm? What? I really enjoyed the Twix yesterday.
It's so good. And it's like, I don't know if I've never tried. How have I never tried that before? Like, I've known
I
it
saw
exists
someone, and
forever.
I don't think they're selling cookies.
I
Right.
thought they were just chocolate. But no, it's like nougat.
Yep.
I want two.
Oh, that was a terrible grapple. Then you do you. Go ahead. Eat all of them. Oh yes, put that on there. Put that on there. Take that. Take that. Take that.
Shield battery here. Shield syringe here.
You're not gonna take that? You're not gonna take that?
That one's out for the count.
What's gold in there? What is gold? Ooh, an All-Star?
I got some bad guys here.
Yes.
1 minute before the ring closes. We have time.
Oh, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
Reloading. Down one. Proximity. Less than 1 minute. Fire! Reloading. Mira, that was the last of that squad.
Yeah, bro. Teammates going to
10 seconds
town.
until the ring closes. Backpack here. Level 2. Charging up my shields.
Where'd they ping? Where'd they ping? In the building? On the other side of the building? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
10 seconds.
You're pinging the
ring is
building, bro.
fairly close.
Are there people in there? I don't see people in there.
I need a hop up. Ring moving now. Rápidamente. Let's go this way. Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Hey, you don't need it, bro? Alright, bro.
Oh, care package. Sweet. Target over there.
Where we going, Coyote? Coyote.
What do you think is over here?
Looks like a building, buddy. Are we going for the Slick Frank? Slick Frank? No,
Let's go over here.
the Slick Flank. I'm gonna stand on top of that pole. Oh, come on, man. Be very, very quiet. We're hunting some D-bags. Alright, let's do this. Boom. What? Did he make it all the way up there? What the?
I'm down. No bueno.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Alright. That's what I was hoping happened, actually. And I was really hoping that we'd rush a team of 3 and get laid the fuck out.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3. Good for ranged engagements.
So I don't know about y'all, but I'm happy.
Not that easy. Grammarly can help.
I didn't have my mic muted for that, so they heard all that shit talking. Oops. Oops.
The pull toward disorder is relentless. I embrace it.
Our path is made today.
Probably not, bro, because you think you're the shit.
This is your champion.
I honor those who've risen, not those who've fallen.
Let's make a choice. Land here. Here we go. Ready up. Let's go this way. Forget that.
We should conduct a search right here.
Might be something good this way. Void running.
Healing my wounds. Patch up here.
Subject spotted.
Getting hit over here. I've been down. Hostile front. Listen, let's move here. Contact with hostile. Making contact with target.
Marking them surroundings. Reloading. I'm taking fire. Making contact with enemies.
Thanks for that.
Taking fire.
Hostile right here.
No. Nope. Bloodhound cannot hide. Nope. Nope, not even a little bit. Not even like a smidge. Oh my god. Why is all free music fucking weird? Best and no copyright sounds. Let's see. I gotta watch a goddamn commercial before each fucking thing. Hey, Nicole, are you still here?
If you say the same.
Maybe not. Hey, when is the friendiversary?
It's time. I'm the jump master. Dropping in. Hang on. Might be something good this way.
Where? Airbase again?
Let's explore this way.
No? Fudge you then, bro.
First blood.
You kill leader. Heads up.
Next thing star. Body shield here. Level 2.
Body shield at level 2.
Shotgun ammo here. Gotta hop up here. Jump. Zip line here. I start close. Listen up, I'm getting shot at.
Oh, that grenade's gonna hurt. No, no.
Deploying health drone. Just giving my shields a recharge. Just giving my shields.
Shots. Reloading. Heading down.
Last one down at a boom boom.
Good job.
With the fucking jiggle shots.
Down one. How much time?
There's 2 more fucking people coming. Jesus. Yikes. Alright, that's time. That's it. Me and Wraith. Taking it home. Taking it home, baby.
Introducing the champion.
I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna use it.
Looks fun over there.
Fun over where? Okay. Okay, Thunderdome. That's different.
Copy that.
Don't do Thunderdome every day, so we'll do that. Here we go. Let's do the Thunderdome.
Ready up. Feels good when the plan actually works. Nice job.
That was pretty perfect.
Might be something good this way.
I'm going over there.
Yeah, blue bag.
They spotted me.
Damn. Yeah, purple shirt's gonna do a whole lot. I'm out.
Next time.
Like, what the fuck? You're pinging a shirt while both of us are in fights. Like, come on, bro. Put this shirt on, man. Stop trying to defend yourself. Stop trying to stay alive. Come put this motherfucking shirt on.
Time to see if all those drills have paid off. Let's pick the right way and go.
Dun, 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 dun.
This is your champion. You know what I look like. Come find me.
Dun, 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 dun. Finishing up the shading of this,
I think we should land here.
probably gonna be my next painting. I try to sketch all my paintings out first so I kind of have an idea of what it's gonna be. I'm just working on my pencil shading in this one. If anybody's here, anybody cares. Oh. Gotcha. It's gonna be the next. And I have these tiny little mirrors that I might use. Yay.
Body shield here. Level 1. You need one if you don't have it.
That's the first of many nights to go out.
Might be something good this
Close
way.
that meat here.
Let's go that way.
So here we go, we're going this ways. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, bro, I'm right here with you, bro.
New kill leader upgrade. Gotta hop up here. Skull piercer.
New kill leader. Bomb at this spot.
There we go. I'm gonna drop this off for a scout that I saw down here.
Gotta hop up here.
Found some decent music, so it's probably not copyright free.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1. Taking shots. Making contact with enemy. Alright, one sec. Need to recharge my shields. Reloading. Reloading.
Flash it up.
Level 1.
Reloading.
Attention. Care package.
Care package incoming. Let's get to the LZ. Champion out.
On y has body shield here. Level 3.
New kill leader. Watcher 6.
Reloading.
Recharging my shield.
Okay.
Recharging my shield.
Okay. Another sight in there? No. Anything cool left in here? Sight, I'll take it. No, nothing cool left. Let's do this. Sensitivity is a bit crazy. Maybe I need to lower it.
Let's explore this way. Checking for loot here.
Attention. Supply ship inbound.
Supply ship over there.
Yeah, we should definitely do that supply ship. Yes, ma'am. How's it going? Just landed at Skulltown. Should have cut through. Maybe it was my teammate. Could have sworn I just heard somebody to my left. Let's go! Man, it's weird that we push so hard for it when we're pretty looted. Oh, that didn't work. Damn, that was fucking rough. I'm coming off action launch. Don't get me up here. It's coming to you, bro. I was coming to you. So yeah, Zed, I'm gonna be switching to Remnant earlier than I thought. All these friends and getting torn up on myself.
Back and clear. I'm ready.
change the address of a business page. Because I've been posting at J&J Services just because I've been trying to get Zero Logic to work, which for whatever reason hasn't been working. Haven't been able to add that to it.
Let's land here. Here we go. Ready up. Let's check out this area.
Cancel that. Let's reposition here.
Why are you afraid
Forget that.
to go to water treatment, bud?
First blood.
Got an extended energy right here. Level 1.
Oh, gold bag. Oh, yes.
Gotta hop up here.
Budgies.
Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
Level dose. You're lagging like a motherfucker, bro.
Body shield here. Level 2. Gotta hop up here.
Body shield, level dose.
Optics here. Close range. I need an extended heavy mag.
Need an extended heavy mag.
Let's reposition here. Rings nearby. 1 minute till close.
Thank you, bro. What are you doing back there?
Standard stock here. Level 1. Heavy ammo here.
I need a heavy clip, man.
Rings coming in. Got an extended energy mag here. Level 1. Copy that.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yo, we should def check out that care package.
Optics here. Mid-range.
So let's do it that way. I'd probably use my 301 close range and the wingman at the distance. Because the wingman is just so good at the distance.
Supply bin here. Energy ammo here. Triple take here. Half the squads remain.
Bam, 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 bam.
Gotta hop up here. Select fire. Open supply bin over here.
Somebody just shot. Did somebody just shoot our teammate? Was that our teammate that just shot? Don't know.
Body shield here.
Cool, you fucks. Yeah, fuck y'all. You don't wanna...
Hey, we got bad guys over there.
Let's go this way. Standard
Extended
stock
light
here.
back here.
Level 2.
Level 3.
Let's go this way.
Forget that.
Standard stock here. Level 3.
Yeah, get that, you little fudge sandwich. You ain't nothing but a fudge sandwich.
Let's go this way. Helmet here. Level 2.
Rings nearby. 1 minute till close.
Boom, boom, bam, boom. Alright, let's see, where they at? Where they at? Are you over there? They were over there, they're not there now. There they are.
Hostile spotted.
Target spotted.
Hostile spotted.
Target over there.
What? He's laggy as shit.
Target enemy spotted.
Do you want to engage? What do you want to do? Alright, I'm making a decision. I'm pushing.
We're already in the ring. Guess I'll run in circles for fun.
Trying to pick a fight. Moving here.
Lead the way.
Care package. Sweet.
But yeah, those mofos went this way. I'm pretty sure. Nah, they would have looted those. I'm sure they would have.
Found an extended energy mag here. Level 3.
Alright. Definitely thought they came this way, but I guess we'll just have to take it this way. there's also people over there.
Keeping an eye on that spot over there.
What do you think is over here? Scratch that.
What are you doing? Where are you going?
Target over there.
Copy that. Firing.
Hostile spotted. Taking fire. Spotted. Double timing it. Popping in champagne. They got me. Down. Hostile. Danger close.
I'm down.
Grenade. Heads up, we've got an airstrike coming in. New kill. Traps.
Hopefully it keeps them pinned in the house.
And I'm back in the game. Charging shields.
Going Arcstar. Arcstar out. Frag out. Care package. Frag out. Lay traps. Been down. Contact the target. Contact with hostile.
Come on, get him. Shoot that motherfucker. Shoot him, shoot him, shoot him.
Traps.
Nice.
Making contact with enemy.
Probably should have healed up. Maybe. I don't know. Just an idea. I got 0 kills across the board. Don't steal kills. Did 0 fucking damage. More like don't do damage. I mean, just change your gamer tag to that because you think you're hot shit. Need you now. Funny intro.
Let me jump faster. This time.
Yeah, I got a mic.
Good job, Master. Ready up.
Yeah, same here.
Let's check out this area.
something good this way.
Yep, someone landed on the third roof, and they got an energy gun. I dropped down because I didn't have nothing.
Let's reposition here.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
We're inside of range. Got the pistol advantage.
First blood, and it's not us.
No, I'm good.
Closed door here.
Reloading.
Reloading. Down to target.
Oh, I need this vest.
Give me a sec. Recharge your shield.
Wingman here.
Picking myself up.
Alright, here we go. That shit for later. Take this shit for later.
Let's check out this area.
Might be something good this way. Throwing thermite grenade. Throwing thermite grenade.
There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Watch for them.
I downed more than one.
Damn.
Now we can move them.
It's a fucking party over here.
Kill leader's done. That's how we do.
Gotta hop up here. Turbocharger. Gotta hop up here. Gotta hop
I don't know
up
what you
here.
guys are looking for.
Select fire. "45 seconds. Ring's close." We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Oh shit, yeah, I could use that.
10 seconds. The ring is fairly close.
Energy ammo here.
Alright.
Setting up a zip line.
Heads up. The ring's moving.
You're in view of the enemy.
Target spotted.
Solid copy. Care package incoming. Let's get to the LZ.
Shit. Alright, coming back.
Contact. On my mark. Contact.
This won't hurt. Hold on.
Yep. Is it right back here?
Excelsior. Body shield here.
Longbow here.
Level 2. Optics here. Close range. Giving my shields a recharge.
Here you go, Sloth, any deals?
Med kit here. Using the
Okay.
med kit. 1 sec.
Recharging shields.
Here we go, doing pretty good with these guys.
Enemy spotted.
Body shield here. Level 3. You need one if you don't have it.
Supply ship inbound.
Good, that's all you. You said you got a 1 to 2, you said? You're looking for something better than that?
Gotta hop up here. Joe.
Actually, no, I don't want this responsibility. One of y'all can take that.
Knockdown shield here. Level 4. Extended light mag. Sniper stock here. Level 3. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
1 minute. The ring isn't far. Friends, there is an extended energy magazine here. Level 3. Backpack here. Level 2. Great. The ring is close. Less than a minute.
Half the squad's left. Let's smoke them. Rings close.
Target spotted.
Roger.
Enemy taken down. Reloading.
Not too far from ring. Got 10.
Attention. The champion has been eliminated.
Nice. Champion's out. Weed wagon's having one hell of a day.
Oh, damn. Hit me hard as shit.
Need to recharge my shields. Catching myself up.
Let's explore this way. Incoming care package. I love loot.
Alright.
Heads up. New kill leader. Give my shields a recharge.
Ready? It's zipline time. Let's go this way.
Beginning ring countdown.
her shield's broke. Probably not for long though. Oh, nice.
Level 3.
Thank you.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
I got 4 syringes. Oh,
Syringe
oh shit.
We need a quick patch-up.
One minute before the ring closes. We have time.
Yeah, I mean, I got a 1 to 2 I can give you. That's the best I can.
Seconds, rings close.
Rings close. Let's go this way.
Might be something good this way.
Let's go this way. Looks like this area's been colonized.
Good, we're inside.
Shotgun package. Level 3. Both increased rate of fire.
Care package coming in.
Let's explore this way.
Thank you.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Got them. I am taking fire, friends. Giving my shields a recharge. Recharging shields.
Which direction did the Kraber come from?
We should go this way.
Okay.
We should go this way.
Alright.
Zipline deployed. Let's explore this way. Hostile spotted.
Enemy over there.
Oh, someone on the roof there? Purple shield. Coming out of the pit.
Contact. Give my shields a recharge.
Already inside.
Oh, Somebody just came through that hole we were just at.
Need to recharge
Shit.
my shields. I'm down.
Shit, I gotta go shield hopefully they don't see me. And I'm dead. Yeah, that was just bad position. And here we are. We got you got Swindle pushing for the win. There we go up. Another ring's pushing in. I don't know if he's gonna be in. Yeah, that sucks. GG, man. Nothing you can do. There you go. That was not a bad little shiznit. Alright, so me and Sloth are running the back.
We have no choice but to win.
It's time to impress.
It's time to impress.
Break a leg. Mine are made of steel.
Introducing new champion.
Didn't expect to see me up here, did you?
We got this.
They never do.
We got this shit.
Eeny, meeny, miny. How about there?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Vámonos! Olé!
I'm going to the back hole. Because the back hole's the fun hole. Same.
Reloading. Enemy down.
Drop the lifeline.
Danger, move. Not sure. I think someone's targeting me.
Oh yeah, I definitely need that. I'm half dead.
I need a weapon.
Reloading. Down one.
Somebody's right up here, it sounds like. Or maybe they're on the roof.
Contact with hostile. Good. We're inside.
Reloading.
Oh, right here.
Down to the gallery.
Reloading. That's the last of that squad. This dimension's looking up.
That's what we try.
So there is a... Actually, let me change that out. Should be a box over, yeah, somewhere where you are, Sloth. This is right down that lifeline.
Found an extended energy mag here. Level 3.
Yeah, I down... Oh, I actually got 2 kills there.
Kill leader appointed.
Yeah,
No kill leader. Not for long, pal.
yeah, I didn't realize that. We were both shooting her in the hallway.
Mira, body shield here.
Where did this lifeline take her box to?
Charging shield. Come on, come on.
I'm spotted. Take it back. Contact with target.
Yes.
Be the visual here.
Healing up. Eyes are open though.
Contact.
Don't touch.
Alright.
Only you and me left.
We got to
Alright. Oh. Glitter left us.
down one.
Nice.
I'm taking shots.
Oh, there's a third one in there.
Reloading.
She's got him up.
The legend taught me everything I know. You?
Not bad though.
Harder, faster, stronger.
Breathe easy. Watch your side and never quit.
Yeah.
Tap, rack, and clear.
Switch it up.
I'm ready. Introducing your champion. Stay on me. I'm the jump master.
Oh. They left. Yeah. Let's do that. I don't know what's going on with these people here. We're just bouncing. try this again.
Ready, steady, go!
Listen and fight.
Today will be one of those experiences you'll sit back and say, oh yeah, I remember that.
This is your champion. Follow my path to win.
I'm gonna give this up. Let one of you guys take us.
Please jump faster. This time.
Got a good feeling about this area.
Sí, por favor.
Let's go this way.
Looks more exciting over there.
Alright. Looks like somebody's landing with you. So they did. I came here as well, but I'm gonna go to the other one.
First blood.
Oh! Shooting me from the other roof. Yeah, I'm hopping off. I just got a P2020.
Not for me, but there for you.
Two P2020s and no extra ammo.
Keeper here.
Yes. Thank you. Actually, I'm good on that. I found some ammo.
I'm gonna cancel that.
Oh, yes.
Level 2. Dibs.
Contact with hostile.
I'm going for that blue.
They spotted me.
You got another one in here.
There's one right here.
Need to recharge my shields.
They're shooting Shot at. This time I'm down.
Jeez.
Ready and excited. This match is gonna be extravagant, that's the word. All aboard the
Alright, we got it. This game. Take us to the promised land.
Looks fun over there. I love this part.
Yeah, everybody just keeps passing it off. Alright, are we running straight in?
Going to explore over there.
Got somebody right next to you? Got a wraith behind you? Got a mirage behind us? What? I got double teamed.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I've had that happen. That was impressive. Oh, nope. Going for the long flank. Yep, he left. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear the dragon going off. I mean, there's one to the left in Slum Lakes, if you want to make that run. Yep. Right. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I didn't see anybody. But doesn't mean they're not coming. Yeah, I just found one in this bin. Still no gun though. You okay?
No, I hit my head super hard.
I know, I heard it.
The stupid cord got stuck. I'm going to bed. You think I should have a humidifier in here?
Yeah, you put the humidifier in there. With the air, I don't know if it'll work with the air.
Maybe it's worth it.
Honestly, no.
Okay. You know what I found
Not right now.
What do you think is over here?
Sorry. I'll be shortly though.
Oh, I should have been sleeping.
I bet that care package has some sweet gear for us.
Love you.
Gotta hop up here.
Love you too.
Select fire.
I'll come and give you a kiss once this game's over. Alright. Need that.
Let's go over here.
Shit, there's just like no extra heavy. I have energy if we see an energy gun. Alright. I see a shotgun. I gotta go swap out guns. I don't have any ammo for these.
Half toast, half to roast.
Oh. Oh shit, no. Oh man. Yeah, I turned around because I saw energy ammo in one of those bins with 2 guns, and I thought one of the guns was a habit. Turns out neither were. So I'm paying for that mistake. Yeah, I don't have any heals,
Go time!
and I can't catch up. Oh, it's right here, so maybe not. Ah. Thank you. Shit, I also don't have a bag.
Next ring's far. Hope you like exercise. Just gotta patch myself up.
Yeah. This is rough. Yeah, that's the only thing I got going for me. Yes, yes.
Let's go over here.
Okay.
Psst, never mind. Just spotted someone out there. Shotgun bolt here. Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
Yeah, I guess.
45 seconds till ring close, amigos. Don't take
Yeah, I got that. I had that on my
objects here.
Eva.
Sniper. Rings around the corner and we've got 30 seconds. What do you think is over here?
Sure. Yeah. Oh, I'm being shot at from your side of the river.
And they're hitting me.
Yeah.
Recharging shields.
Up there somewhere. Oh, they're on the bridge now.
Spotted. Rings big.
Oh, and they're in that building right above you. Shit.
I'm down.
That sucked. Yeah. I don't know where they came from, but all of a sudden they were right behind us. Yeah, that was insane.
Let's go find them all.
Yo, Zeddy, what's going on, bud? Oh shit, you're the man, Zed. I'll be right back.
Reckless and full of rest. Let's go.
Alright, she's not in bed yet, so I will in a little bit, but I appreciate the heads up, the reminder, because I absolutely forgot. Alright, we got this game. I'm sick of this nonsense.
It's time. I'm the jump master.
Let's go. Let's drop containment.
Let's explore this way.
Cowboys fan, you got a mic? How we? Yeah, at least one more squad. Oh, they're landing right in front of us. Shite. No guns. Alright, cool. All nader. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm coming. Alright,
Look out, grenade.
I'm coming.
Heads up, we're not alone.
I had somebody chasing me, but
Other side there. Grenade spinner.
somebody, yeah, somebody's getting somebody up. I can hear him. I just don't know where. Oh, I'm being flanked. I was trying to climb that roof, but those sniper shots scared the shit out of me.
Loves you, and they really love me.
Well, actually, my buddy just got on, so we will have a third. Oh. Cool. So that dude just left. Alright, Sloth. You sloth ass motherfucker. I'm actually about to switch games. This has been rough. Now that Grim's on, I'll give a couple games to Grim. But I was just about to put Remnant on. Because it has been a rough night. Bam 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 bam. He says, I think still on, just logged on. I just sent him an invite. Yeah, it's been a rough night. So, I don't know how long I'm going to stay on Apex. Alright, let me go give say goodnight to Kim, and I'll BRB, bro. If anybody else comes in the chat, keep them entertained, Zed. Oh, Mr. Grimm, you're in the Facebook. Yeah, I'll play a little bit, a couple more games. It's been rough, so I don't know. I'll probably be switching to Remnant soon. BRB. Fix it and then re-break it. Knock, knock, motherfucker. Pop, pop, motherfucker. Alright. I'm back. Here we go. Let's do this. We're not in a party. He probably invited me to a party. There we go. There's the party invite. There we go. I'm in the party now. You can't kick me out of the party. I'm here. What's up? No. What do you mean in the hide mode? What you talking about, Willis? No. My Xbox just shut off. Ain't that some cool shit? Yay, I got this shit under control, man. My shit is top notch. You can't even... Maybe I can join the game quick enough. Yeah. Yeah, man. My Xbox shut off. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool when that happens? I tried to join your game as soon as I got it back on, but I don't think it's working. Hot drop. Yeah, it's up. It just loaded up. No, just my shit is some shit. I want to upgrade to a at least an Xbox One S. Something that doesn't have a power brick or an external power brick, because mine has always been a problem. I had issues with it shutting off, overheating and shutting off, but I didn't know that at the time, so I bought an aftermarket one, and then I had the same problem with that, and then I realized it was because it was overheating. So I keep a fan on it all the time, but if I forget to turn the fan on, it overheats and shuts off.
Yeah, I'm ready for this. I'm so ready for this. I am extremely ready for this.
I enjoy many things, but death is what inspires.
Yeah.
I've seen it all. Nothing surprises me.
But the system also feels hot as shit too, so I don't know. I put enough miles on this. It's probably time for a new one. No, I had that. I think I got it last week or the week before. I activated it last week when we were playing with Zero, I think. So like Thursday or something, or Wednesday, I forget.
Maybe we land here, or maybe we don't. I'm fine with whatever.
Copy that.
Let's go.
Dropping in. Hang on.
No. I'm exploring over there.
You hold the wheel and you pick a different selection. No. Somebody else landed with us? Alright. Yeah, it's been rough all night. I'm coming. Where you going, bitch?
Spotted a subject.
Oh, if only my accuracy was better.
Reloading.
Target spotted. My vision is clear.
Reloading.
Sniping from across the fucking... Shit, I was trying to get to you.
I took care of it, don't worry. Looks like it's just
Reloading.
God damn it, Peacekeeper.
I've been down. Contact.
Just relax. I got everything.
That's not gonna work, bro.
Sending out my decoy. Just relax. I got everything out. Fired, and they're down.
Nice, okay.
Reloading. Downed an enemy.
Well, not really. You put a decoy right in front of me, like standing on top of me, and then like was resing me right behind it, so like you could easily get shot by accident if they're shooting at your decoy. Like, do what? You're breaking up. Yeah, I can hear you. You just were breaking up when you were something. Really? Interesting.
Real men use iron sights.
Yeah.
I use heavy artillery.
This place is something else. Let's go.
Yeah, it's been a rough night.
Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me, boom, you're dead.
Rough night.
This is your champion.
In case you didn't know, you get here by winning. Good luck.
Let's land here.
Just a thought, we could land here.
Not a good idea for me.
Follow the leader.
Supply ship over there.
Really? That's crazy.
Backpack here. Level 1.
So they need so they need a cook, do they? That's what it sounds like to me.
I need it.
Yeah. Oh, I found one over here.
Cancel that. First blood. First what? Shotgun ammo here. Good for the sure shot.
Look this way. Shotgun bolt here. Level 2.
They just got here.
Shotgun ammo here.
A lot of there's a lot of fighting by like Thunderdome, it sounds like. Oh, there's a 99 here.
Decoy.
R99 here. Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
No. The teammate was running through that though, I think. Teammate ran in through
Thanks.
before I ran past you.
Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
I need a
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you need a backpack? I pinged a backpack in the beginning. Let's go that way. Let's check it over there. Oh, actually, let me swap this item. Okay. Pop that. Turn this on single fire mode. I'm ready. I'm ready to rock and roll. Oh, they're far as shit.
Ring standby. 1 minute.
Triple take here. Very little projectile drop at range.
Oh, there's boxes over here. There's a purple box. There's 3 boxes, actually.
Energy ammo here.
Oh, sir.
Optics here. Standard heavy mag here. Prowler SMG here.
Get out there and bamboozle. Enemy down. They're dropping. Downed another. Reloading. Firing. Reloading.
Oh, nice. Damn, they put in so much work before we got here. There's all these fucking so many boxes.
I got nothing. Good work. Looks like only half the squads are left.
There's 80 light ammo.
Here.
Shotgun bolt here. Level
There's a
3.
triple take over there I'm thinking about taking, but I don't have... I would give up my heavy gun for it, and I don't have any cool light gun attachments. Like, I have a purple heavy clip,
Shield cell here.
so I don't want to give that up. Yeah. It was in the cage,
Care package incoming.
like back the way we
Let's get
came
to the
from.
LZ.
No, yeah. Well, I guess I found... Alright. I'm gonna do that. If there's... Here, so I'm gonna give you... Take this.
You got bamboozled.
You can have all that stuff. Nope, I'm gonna go grab the triple take. And the energy ammos.
Heavy ammo.
Oh shit, the
Heavy
ring's
ammo
coming in. Yeah, it's right here. Fuck, I don't have even enough time to finish
here.
looting.
Light ammo here. Something good there.
I guess they left, they were all butthurt about something. I guess. Yeah, I'm looking for... Alright, grab those heals. I don't know where that purple... Ah, that's good. Yeah. Alright, alright. As soon as I get down this hill, there we go. Start healing.
Using the medicine. 1 sec. Using the medicine. 1 sec. It was far, ladies. Oscar Mike.
Damn. Not enough syringes. Alright.
Wingman. Heavy ammo here.
Alright, let me heal up.
That champion didn't really
Oh, right,
intimidate
yeah,
me.
I see them.
New kill leader. Good to be me.
They're right here. They're running around the rock. They ran back into the storm.
Taking the medicine. 1 sec.
Alright, let me get this heal off. Yeah, he was probably trying to go back there to hide and heal. Oh, there's somebody else there too.
Go bamboozled. Throw my grenade out. Someone's gotta take out. The kids, the ring's closing in 1 minute.
I'm throwing my ult on them too. Yeah. Yep. Oh, I got a knockdown with that. It says I did 0 damage inflicted and got a knockdown. I don't know.
30
Yeah,
seconds. Rings
no
close.
idea. No. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Uh-oh.
Deployed. Shout, grenade.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Reloading.
Oh, the ring's coming. How the fuck did these people go?
Dusted an entire unit.
I don't know if I'm gonna get this off in time. Yeah. I don't know if I have a big one.
Taking a knee. Catching up.
Yeah. No. Oh well. I got 4 people watching me. So let's.
One sec.
Rings far.
Oh, that's not what I want.
Give me a sec. Recharge your shields. Hey,
All I have is a fucking Phoenix kit.
Taking a knee. Catching up.
Yep. They're so mad. Yeah, the whole squad was watching, plus you, and I'm just like, this isn't gonna work. I don't know what to do.
Target over there.
Let's go this way.
Yeah. I should have just like started like throwing all my loot on the ground, like. Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. Yeah. And I'm the guy who drives the train. The conductor. The conductor. I'm the train driver.
Trust me. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, music stopped.
Join me for night fight.
I make this look good. Literally, this hair, this face. Come on, you see it?
So, I've been putting J&J services in as like where I'm checking in when I start my stream, like the posts I put up, and I've been getting a lot of activity there. I keep like every day I get a thing like people visiting J&J services, haven't heard from you in a while, make a post, but it's like every day, so it's probably because people are checking it out because of the tag. So it's like, if only there was actually something to do there. Maybe I could turn it into some sort of income. I was thinking, maybe do the Indian Creek crafts, and then like have pictures of like the bago boards and the other stuffs. But I don't know, I'm thinking, I see a bunch of stuff on Facebook pretty cheap, like computer stuff, all the time. Like, I don't know.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
I gotta, yeah, I was gonna say, I have a Havoc.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
I need a bag. Like this, oh, here we go. That changes things. Here, I'm dropping this Prowler if you want it.
Prowler SMG here.
Oh,
Extended
and
heavy mag here. Level 1. Heavy ammo here.
yeah. No, it was blue. But same difference. Oh, and there's a triple take. Maybe I take the triple take. Nah, I'm gonna stick with this. But yeah, like I see like on Facebook, like the difference between Facebook and Craigslist prices, it's insane. Like, I mean, it's not like super insane, but yes, I need
Level 2. Extended light mag here.
for like
Level 2.
I need it.
computer monitors. You can get them for like 10, 15, 20 bucks on Facebook. On Craigslist, they're like 40, 50. Like, you can get TVs, like, oh, someone's being brought back. Yeah.
Heads up,
Yep.
dropship up there.
Let's go get them. But, so instead of like trying to do the Craigslist free and flip it on Facebook, I think I'm gonna do
1 minute until close. Rings nearby.
yeah, I'm right behind you.
Less than 1 feet. The ring is not far.
I'm hopping on the zipline.
Nuke it.
Threw my grenade out. Throwing through my grenade. Throwing through my grenade. Someone try both of you here. Throwing Arc Star. Throwing Arc Star.
Broke their shield. Oh no! No! God damn it! I'm getting executed. I'm dead. Just did not work out. Yeah, I was playing with randos earlier, and our squad, all three of us had mics, and they were alright dudes. So then after that, the one dude invites me back to a game. I guess he invites both because I joined the lobby and like we're waiting for a little while, and then I ready up, and eventually he readies up and we go in. And then after that, we're in game after game, and it's just like people either leaving or just like doing their own shit. Like, even though he was a random, it was still like, it was insane. But like every time somebody left, like he didn't want to play, he wanted to just go back to the lobby, which is kind of annoying. Cause like, alright, one time, whatever, but like, if it's gonna keep on happening, like, you're just not gonna play because of it, like. And then actually, I saw you log on, and I'm like, oh, guys, and we weren't in a party, so I had to wait till get back to the lobby to talk to him. And I was like, yeah, my buddy just logged on, so we'll have a third. And I go into like, I see that you're on Apex. I send you an invite. I come back and he's gone. Yeah. I mean, maybe you did, but I sent you an invite.
Just a thought, we could land here. Follow the leader.
Yeah. I mean, if there's one requirement to make you cool, that's definitely it. Absolutely. Ow, what the fuck?
First blood.
What's the fork?
New kill leader. Soon to be me.
Next ring's far.
Alright. Ping it so teammate knows.
I need a shotgun bolt.
Yeah, there's nothing left down here, I guess.
I need a body shield.
Yep. Yeah, bitch.
Body shield here. Level 1.
Have energy ammo. Extended energy mag here. Level 1. Dibs. Grappling.
Alright, Alaskan, love you. Go fuck yourself now. Yeah. On the way.
How about this way? Enemy over there.
Yeah, he's on the wall, pinging people down there.
Champion out. Get ready, it's zipline time. Enemy over there. I am taking fire, friends. Mark Star out.
The ring's closing in 1. I'm not very close.
The weirdest shit ever, man. As soon as he goes down, he's gonna leave.
The ring isn't very close. People have been here. Go Bazumba, bamboo. Fool 'em. Optics here. Mid-range.
If you're not going to, I'm gonna pick it up.
Wingman here. Gotta hop up here. Skull piercer.
Yeah, I grabbed
Shield
it.
cell here.
No, wingman.
In progress.
I have not.
Ring's coming in.
I don't think that happened. You need light ammo? Okay.
Got an extended energy mag here. Level 2.
Using grapple.
Well, there's.
Flatline here.
Yeah, I picked the Spitfire up.
Incoming care package. I love loot.
Light ammo here.
Down on the, like down there.
Might be something good this way.
Alright, I'm gonna set a portal.
Setting a portal.
I'm setting you a portal.
Portal's ready.
Half the squads remain. Let's keep winning.
Yeah.
Here I go.
Yeah, I got 140. I can share some. Oh, whatever. I'll drop it off. Yep. Oh, we got somebody's killing our douchebag. He set up the zip line so we couldn't fucking get it. Motherfucker. Thanks, teammate. Yeah, he like was on the roof and set a zipline from the roof and charged right into a fight. Like, good teammates. Yeah, so this is just how tonight's been. When I first logged on, Zed asked if I wanted to play Remnant, and I told him I'd play it later. Yeah, play it later because I had already done the post for Apex. Like tagged all the Apex hashtags and stuff, so it'd be weird if people showed up and I was playing some other weird game.
Three words: win, win again.
Yes.
I am ready. I hope you are too.
All that matters, being the last one alive.
Introducing your champion.
I make it look easy, but I'm still a champ.
Love to go to the fire. Going to the fire is like my favorite thing ever.
Follow the leader, that's me. We're not whatever that means, as long as we win. Let's check out over there.
Okay.
Was not paying attention. If only I could find a gun to put stuff on. I found a gold sight and a blue bag, but no fucking gun.
Oh boy, next ring's far.
Attention, first blood.
First blood on
I can give you. I can give you a 99 if you want. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna pick up this alternator over here. So if you can find an alternator and swap, and then I'll just trade you when I get there. Have you seen alternator? Yeah. Yes, because there was an alternator I was gonna pick up. But I'm just gonna run it to you, so if you can find on there, that'd be swell. Oh, there's two Spitfires here.
Spitfire here. Spitfire here.
body shield here. I'll take that.
I could use that.
Oh, you're here now. Shit. There's that. Yep. So where the fuck was that elevator? All the way down here's. Yep.
Body shield here.
Let's explore
There's
this
a
one.
bag here.
Backpack here. Level 1.
Rings far and closing in 45.
Optics here.
Yeah, body shield.
Mid-range.
Body, yeah, he pinged the body shield like over there.
Let's explore this way.
I need it.
It's on the, no, it's on the second A building, like the middle one. Yeah. Pretty sure that's where it was.
Thank you.
Oh. Yeah, I was on the first one, and I saw it. There's a U site for you?
Close range.
Nah, I'm good. I got a gold and a 2X.
Energy ammo here. Gotta hop up here. Choke.
So you were on the second. You were on the middle one. And you thought it was on the one. That's just silly. Look out, it's to my left. Wait, I could have sworn I saw it was to my right.
Heads up, someone's been there.
Alrighty.
Let's check out over there.
I'm searching diving board. Yep. Oh, big shield cell? Yes, please. And little one, what's this blue thing? No, can't use it.
Spotted one.
We're spread out a lot. Watch your paths on the map.
Alright, I'm in flight.
Target spotted.
Ah,
Target spotted.
shit, I'm coming down your way.
Hostile up.
Placing a portal.
Go bamboozle.
Are you chasing people in there?
Set the portal.
And I'm healing up. Right here behind you.
Deuce to the rescue.
They're grenading in at us. Oh, they're behind us.
I downed an enemy.
Reloading. Enemy down.
Only you and me left.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Catching this. Hostile right here. Frag out. Frag out. Frag out.
Oh, I just got an assisted elimination with my frag.
Wow, looks like that was the last one of the squad.
Give me that. I'll bring that for you. Okay. Oh shit, okay. Okay.
1 minute. The ring.
Got our squad mate's banner.
Oh shit, there's people here.
Contact with target.
A decoy.
Pitching myself up.
But there's gonna be people there. They're coming. Come on, teammate. I need help.
Proximity. Less than 1 minute. Knockdown shield here.
Come on,
Respawn
teammate.
right there.
We're gonna get him back, you dipshit.
I am repairing myself.
Ten seconds to the ring. It's close at least.
Yeah, it's right here. It's... Oh shit, they're right. Fuck, there's people here. There's a squad by our box.
Ring's coming in. Contact with target.
Well, that sucks.
Reloading. I am repairing myself.
Listen, quitting is for losers. It's already lost.
I love the randoms. They make me happy. Yeah, I don't know. Zero is I don't know. Wait, he's not in the offline. Oh wait, maybe he is. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot how the alphabet worked, and I was in like TR, and I'm like, yeah, he would be here. I don't see him. Me fuck the alphabet's face. Is that not how the alphabet works? I don't know. Oh, I got 2 notifications on Facebook. Activity on Zero Logic and 66-inch floating media shelf.
Today will be one of those experiences where you sit back and say, oh yeah.
A floating media shelf.
All that matters
I don't know.
is the last one alive.
66 inches though.
Something else. Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about.
This is your champion.
This might be a good place to land, but what do I know? Oh, this is the best part.
There's 1.5 million people coming.
In their sights. Fire. Reloading. Enemy down.
I don't have any fucking. Oh shit! Yeah, I need energy ammo. Oh, take this. Alright.
Decoy. Yeah, now
Next ring's far. Reloading. Enemy taken out.
Not bad.
Oh, there's a 99 in here?
R99 here.
I took care of it, don't worry.
Patching myself up a bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, someone's shooting.
You're aiming right at you. Getting shot at.
Somebody's shooting me. I need heavy ammo.
You got bamboozled.
I need energy ammo. I need energy ammo. There's no energy ammo.
Stepping out like decoy.
Reloading.
Why did that guy turn straight when we traded?
I'm down.
There's one left. This guy turned straight to a box, but then these two people followed him in like they were a team. I'm dead.
Better not come back to haunt me. Hostile right here, right in front of me.
Yeah. Should have done anything. Yeah. They pieces of shit. Piece of shit, eh? I'm a Mozambique. I don't know, I'm not going. I don't know what it is. I don't think so.
Real men use iron sights? I use
We
heavy
got a
artillery.
job to do, so shift your carcass.
I got a DNA test. I'm 100% that bitch.
With me and against me, because, I'll be honest, that happens sometimes.
We must be related.
This is your champion.
A deterministic end will find you below.
This might be a good place to land, but what do I know? Follow the leader. Never mind. this way.
Target over there. Let's explore.
Yeah. Like Zero's like, oh, I'm breaking off because we got people. It's like,
We're inside the ring. Got the positional advantage.
you'd be so mad if that was you.
Growler SMG here. Hop-up turns this baby full auto.
Need to hop up. Select fire. Flatline here.
Yeah, I got a hemlock. I got one of those as well. Thank you, though. There you go. Even though you stole his gold sight. That's alright. Is there energy ammo with it? Oh, well, no. No big deal.
Shotgun ammo here.
I'm good. I'm good on my guns. Alright. I just tried to ping that. Oh, actually, there's a triple take over here, so I'm gonna.
Potion here. Energy ammo here. This is extended heavy mag.
Alright, I'll do this for you. Come to me. Up top there. I don't know, that's weird. Oh, I got you, sucker majucka, played you. Yeah.
Kill leader. Call him if you spot him.
Yeah. Tried to ping the, no. I tried to ping that energy ammo. There's enemy over there, teammate, go over there. Oh, they stopped. Okay.
Alright, we're down to 50% kids. Yeah, that's some pretty easy math.
Yay. Yeah, I pinged enemies, and I guess that scared them and they ran away. I don't know. Yeah.
Ammo here.
Damn, it's heavy everywhere.
Heavy ammo here.
Come on, teammate, come get... Yeah, come get your heavy. Suck ass, majucka.
Care package touching down. They usually carry red platforms.
I guess that way. That's in ring. I guess this way. It's in ring.
Sending out my decoy.
You know, I'm actually hungry. I wasn't too hungry for dinner. Because I helped. Well, I started cleaning out the garage, organizing all that shit, and then Nicole came up to replace her headlight. But she was supposed to be here like, yeah, the housing was smashed. Where are you? You're... oh, shit. What? Oh, there's a sniper up top. I was like, that fucking cluster came with like 2 alternator bullets and I went down.
Contact here. Look this way.
Alright, yeah. I'm gonna take a break. And then, I don't know, it's just been a super rough night. I don't know, I might be switching to Remnant soon. But I'm gonna take a break as well. Remnant. Get in some of that. Sounds groovy, buddy. Alright. Yep. Alright, so I'm taking a break real quick. I'm gonna take a couple minute break. Probably gonna grab a something. I guess I can eat on stream. I don't really know. What care? Whatever. Fuck it. So, for the time being, BRBs. I'm back. I'm back and I'm loud. That's crazy, because what it's showing is not up on my screen anymore. That's some more I like it. Let's go shopping. Hold on, we're waiting for Mr. Grimm to return. Actually, I'm looking for new monitors. Bam, 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 bam. That's what my main model is right there. That's $40 a piece though, which I'm not trying to pay. I mean, that's what I paid for mine brand new actually. It was $100. Got it for $40 brand new at Walmart. Yeah. Nothing much. $32-inch flat screen for $25. Yep. Facebook. Yep. Yeah, picture. They have a picture of it working. There's a Dell Optiplex 990, which is what I have. This is an i5 processor. I have an i7, but it's only $100. 2 terabytes of RAM. Yeah. Facebook Marketplace is the shite. There's no free section, but I mean, you can definitely. There's money to be made. Yeah, I jumped down because there's no ammo for it, so yeah. Okay. Yeah, he like tried to like go down and like catch the shirt on the way down, but that's not how that works. Yeah.
Wingman here. Helmet here. Level 1.
New kill leader.
Nice.
Extended light mag here. Level 3. Wanna shoot you? Level 2. I'll take that.
Light ammo here. Got an energy ammo here.
I'm running double heavies.
Thank you.
Oh wait, there is a For now, I'm just gonna let double heavy. Just gonna be the double heavies. Oh, turbocharger? That changes things.
I could use that.
Dropping his flatline.
Champion out.
New kill leader. Heads up.
Flatline here. Kicks like a mule, but hits even harder.
Heavy ammo here.
Okay. Did he just call dibs on the... No, he's still running the other way. I thought he called dibs on that flatline.
Rings close. 1 more minute. I need it.
He just did something. I don't know what the fuck it is.
Standard stock here.
Feel-
Level 1.
Maybe. Okay, I'm full on heavy. Alright, oh yes, thank you. I have more than enough. I just have a longbow. And I got 245 rounds.
Standard stock here. Level 1.
Pay attention, gang. Not far from the ring. We got 30 seconds left.
What is that flatline and the hemlock?
Rings close. Optics here. Close range. Rings moving. Alternator here.
I'm good. Oh, I'm coming for... Yeah, I definitely do. Don't let teammates see it.
R99, yeah. Yeah, I could use that.
Alright, you're gonna take you. That's fine.
Select fire. Care package. Unload these things.
R99 here. Good recoil, but it empties fast.
Extended light mag here. Level 1. Arnon, clear my grade here. Got a hop up here. Select fire.
Damn, 2 blue shields in that hallway.
Hostile right
Alright.
here, right in front of me.
Alright. Oh, there's a blue one.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Standard stock here. Level 1. Helps keep that target centered. Watching this spot.
This area is
Yeah.
compromised.
Shots fired,
Two down. Oh, they just killed our teammate. Oh, I fell off. Shit.
recharging shields.
Shit, and rings coming. I gotta push them. In high school, you was the man, homie. What the fuck happened to you? Back in Texas. He's a fucking weirdo. He is a weirdo. Yeah, man, I was pretty hungry. I didn't eat. I ate some dinner. Oh, got a message from Zero. I messaged him. And I was like, we need you, LOL. And he messaged me back. He said, hey, I had passed out. I might be on in like 30. He said, hey, I had passed out. I might be on in like 30.
Supply ship over there. Follow the leader. That's me. Or don't. Whatever. As long as we win.
Oh no. Good thing they missed the ship. Nice.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
Shotgun ammo here.
Oh, was that on the side with the hole? I landed on the wrong side.
Good work. We're inside the next ring.
I normally land on the side with the hole. I landed on the side without the hole. Why? Yeah, I have a Spitfire and a Havoc. No shield. Was not that great of a drop for me.
Body shield here. Level 1.
No.
Extended energy mag here.
Nope.
Level 2. Alternator here. Bless me for
I need a hop up.
No, hop up. No, I don't have a gun for it. I don't have a gun for it.
I need heavy ammo.
I'm debating on picking that up and then I'll have a gun for it. Yeah, I'll do that.
Someone's got to take out the new kill leader. They're too cocky.
Thank you. Actually, you know what? Yeah. I'm gonna I'm gonna run double heavy for the time being. If I fight an alternator, because I do have a disruptor rounds, and I have like a 100 and some light bullets. So an alternator would put me in the right position.
The ring is close. Time graces us. Gotta help up here. Select fire.
Oh, yeah, get that shit.
There was a battle here.
Nice. Somebody's coming in the fields.
Shotgun bolt here. Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
New kill leader appointed.
30 seconds.
You hold on. You need heavy? I can share some with you.
Call him if you spot him.
No, I dropped that gun. Yeah,
Optics here.
yeah, I dropped it for the what's it called? Okay, here I'm picking up more heavy. I got a bunch of heavy. Oh, you're here. Okay, here. Right, yeah, yeah. There's 3 stacks in there, or 3.
Contact with target. Making contact with enemy. Thanks. Wake up, rings moving. That thing hurts. Taking him out with a
I need to smoke and go heal. Oh, I don't have any fucking heals. I just have shield cells. God damn it.
reloading. Taking him out with a decoy. Making contact with enemy. Contact. Here.
You got a digital threat, right? Okay, yeah. Definitely use the smoke to our advantage. Then.
I need some help over here. Target's right.
All right, I need to heal. I don't have any heals, so.
Right, frag out. Hostile right here.
Oh, somebody just threw a grenade at me. Yeah, the robot's down. Somebody's here on me. Somebody's on me. Fuck, yeah, I still. Fuck, I don't have any heals.
Hostile right here. Eyes up. Grenade.
Painless knocking at the door.
All right, I just threw my special.
My shields recharge. Shots fired. Target right in front of me.
God damn it. I had no fucking heals, man. That sucked. Someone just posted in one of the Apex groups. Anyone else having one of those days? Yep. I definitely am.
We'll win this thing together. Semper Fi or die.
And somebody said, create another account, have some fun, play with noobs. That's what I do when I have games like that.
If not, well,
And have fun playing with noobs. Because if you're level like 2, you'll be playing with level 2s. Yeah.
Introducing your champion.
Oh, am I supposed to talk?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, made me feel pretty good about myself. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hey, maybe we land here. Maybe we don't. Fine, whatever.
Yes. Looks more exciting over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go far side, but towards the intersection.
We've got company.
Alright, I don't have a gun. Oh, yep, there's somebody right here fucking me up. I'm down. He jumped in the window in that building.
Right here.
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Mm-hmm. Being a piece of shit.
We should grab that respawn banner. I got some bad guys here.
He's got a 3x sight on a 99. Yeah.
Kill leader. Seem to be mean.
Got trouble here.
No.
Aquí over here. I just polished my grapple.
So I like to have a little fun. So what?
No cluster foxtrots in my unit. Let's run this.
Introducing your champion.
You're gonna see a lot of me.
Alright. Now I'm fed. Not distracted anywhere.
Just a thought. We could land here.
Uh-huh. Did you get the invite on Facebook for the Halloween party? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I shared that. Yeah, that thing's fucking terrifying. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that the scream was coming from a kid like in the mall looking at it. Dropping his Eva here. If you're into that thing.
Don't need to worry about short stroking a pump.
Oh, we got somebody right here.
Contact on my mark.
There's a Gibby in that room. Oh.
Round one. Beginning ring
Oh, it's
countdown.
yeah, Young Valley's there with you.
Not us.
How do my fucking peacekeeper shot? Oh my god. How is this guy alive? How is two of us with shotguns, and the other guy's fucking shooting, and we're missing it. He's just like laughing, and fucking he puts me down. It was so ridiculous. Yeah.
I got everything under control.
That was so ridiculous.
Super compact.
That was so crazy. I can't believe it. Yo, I feel like funny stuff like that happens all the time, and I want to learn. I'm working on like learning to animate and stuff. You should definitely do like story time projects with that. Yeah, so it's like we tell that story, but like yeah, with like little drone pictures. I want to learn animating. I'm probably pretty far from, but I mean I'm working on like little digital arts. Oh, there's a backpack. I definitely need that. Do like a little picture. Yeah, it was in that box that you guys looted there when I was down. So I didn't loot it when I got back up. So I just looted it now. I'm good. No, I'm good.
Standard stock here. Level 1. Rings close. 45 seconds. Weapon supply.
Oh. Yeah, and remember, it's fully automatic. You like automatic guns.
Only 30 seconds
Put
left
the
on
automatic.
clock. The ring is close.
Do you need more shotgun shells? Because I have shotgun shells. Okay, I got them.
The ring is fairly close.
No, not yet. Here you go. Shotgun under here.
It's on. Rings moving.
Alright, I'll carry them.
Heavy ammo here.
There's some heavy up top too. I'll carry it. I might.
Here I go.
Oh, there's more energy here. Oh, well, actually, here. I'll do this. I'll take the select fire. Yeah, I had the triple take, but I can just snipe with the Havoc.
On the new kill leader.
Other squads have been there.
I love loot. Hostile right here. Hostile over
this
there.
way.
Half the squad
Hostile
remain.
right here,
Let's
right in
keep
front of me.
winning.
Oh, did I give you the shotguns? Yeah, okay.
Who's ready to fly on a zip line? I am.
Bad guy over there. Setting up my decoy.
Top is looted. Why is teammate just like not moving up there?
How about this way?
Let's check out this area.
Okay, yeah, he was for a little while there, just like facing like the back of the building. Oh yeah. Ooh, turbocharger.
Standard stock
Yes.
here.
So
Level
I'm
1.
dropping this. Do you want the select fire?
Just gotta patch myself
I
up.
can carry it. I can drop stuff for
We
it.
got a Havoc or a Prowler.
I'm carrying 2 stacks of heavy ammo and a blue heavy clip. You have a heavy gun? Could you use this heavy clip?
Extended energy mag here. Level 2.
Here I go. Zip line deployed.
Use what? No, but I can carry it. I had a blue one that I was carrying, so I can just carry the purple one for you and
Extended heavy
drop
mag
that
here.
shit.
Level 2.
Alright, so whatever. Just make it it's probably looted, but I mean, who knows? There could be a stack of boxes in here.
Got one spotted. Check it over there.
Okay.
Heard that.
Solid copy.
I can ultimate them.
There's
No,
one
we're
right
not
here.
with you. We're back a little bit. No, yeah, okay, I see them now. Okay, this call sticks down.
Hostile right here, right in front of me.
We just eliminated the whole squad. Exciting.
I'm dropping this, all these heavy rounds.
1 minute. The ring isn't far.
Heavy ammo here.
Yeah,
Body shield here. Level 1.
here's a white body shield in
Need one
there.
if you don't have it.
45 seconds. Ring's not
I
too
need
far.
I need
Okay with
energy.
that.
Oh, is there? Nice. Alright, here you go. You ready?
Pay attention, gang. Not far from the ring. We got 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I dropped it in front of you. I need energy bullets.
I need energy ammo.
Yeah, I don't have a heavy gun. I'm gonna search these boxes over here. I killed the caustic and something else is purple over here.
1 sec. Healing up.
Oh, I got some. I just heard somebody.
There's one.
Yep, they're shooting me.
Slide it over there.
Double timing.
What? They were fucking energy headshots. How the fuck did I lose that fight? Out of it. Yeah.
She got bamboozled.
Yep. Yeah, teammate left.
Today. Bet that kid fake him out with a deep.
If you can like, no. I was gonna say if you can crouch behind me, I can shield block. Because everybody thinks that they're the fucking shit. Everybody thinks that they are the God's gift to Apex. I mean, no, they thought they were God's gift to Apex. Then solos came out. They complained about their teammates. It's always their teammates' fault. Solos comes out. Some people liked it, but a lot of people. I saw posts like, oh, like I always thought it was my teammates' fault that we lost, but like solos are really tough. You know what I mean? Or even if they don't say that, just all the bitching about solos. These are people who thought that they were fucking tough, thought they were the shit at Apex, and then now when they don't have any help, they're not stealing kills, they don't have anybody to distract them, they're fucking getting slaughtered.
Everything's gonna be great. At least that's what I keep telling myself.
With the right moves, they take this one. champion.
You better not rough with me.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
Got a good feeling
Oh
about this
yeah,
area.
Blue Skull Town? Let's fucking do it, bro.
Heard that.
Let's do it. Let's fucking get this shit. Let's get hyped up. Let's get super crazy. Let's get ready to take this shit wherever you want. You ping it. You tell me. You're the boss, boss. Where do you want to go? Let's go for the left.
Something good there.
You want the near or the far? Alright, I got near then. And douchebag, he can go. Again, thinks he's fucking boss. God's gift to Apex, bro.
Backpack here.
Yeah, make sure. Oh, there's a blue health, blue body shield over here.
Body shield here. Level 2.
Oh, they just pinged one. Oh, I didn't realize that they had a purple.
Body shield here.
Backpack here.
Level 2.
Level 2.
Opening fire.
I could use that.
Getting shot at.
Oh wait, I don't need that. I forgot that I was. Oh shit! Hold on.
Shot fired. Hit me. Reloading.
Yeah, come to me. Oh shit! Get away from that.
Recharging my shield.
There's one right here. Got one here.
I was trying it. It didn't really work that well though. Oh, teammates here, motherfucker. And I'm executed. Ah, thank you, Lifeline. Lifeline gets it. She said, don't blame yourself. You got a whole squad that failed you. Remember? Lifeline gets it, that fucking, it's Alex is a douchebag. She said, don't blame yourself. You got a whole squad that failed you. So she gets what it's like having rando teammates. Alright, so I need a top 3 finisher Bloodhound and perform a finishing move as Bangalore. Finish a move. Yay!
No cluster foxtrots in my unit. Let's run this.
I got your back. Remember me tell you.
Where are you living at? Why don't I stop him? Yeah.
Supply ship over there. Get ready. Moving up.
Alright, we are... They were trying to make it to the ship. I was like doodling. They were trying to make it to the ship, but like when I look up, we're almost like the same height as this ship, and they're not even holding forward. Just like you're falling. Like, what are you doing? Alright, we're hitting water treatment real quick. Let me see. If no one landed, then I'll leave. If someone landed, I'm gonna make them kill me. Teammates said the enemy spotted. And now they're throwing frags, so. I'm gonna run even havoc and let's. There's no one over here. What are you throwing freaking frags for? I know I hear footsteps. Where the fuck are these people at?
Attention.
Fighting teammate now.
New kill leader. Roger C.
Yeah, down. That's fucking insane. I'm leaving. Going to the lobby. Going to the lobby. Going to the lobby. Alright. Bam, 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 bam.
This is going to be fun.
If you're gonna be jump master, you gotta pick.
I use heavy artillery.
I can win this thing with one eye closed, or both eyes closed. Hell, I don't even have to show up.
Of course there's a robot with itchy poo finger. Like there's no way he would ever be anything but a fucking robot.
Maybe we land here, or maybe we don't. I'm fine with whatever. Follow the leader. That's me. Or don't. Whatever. As long as we win.
That line should be triggered by like somebody breaking off. It should be like, follow me. And then when somebody breaks off, or don't, or whatever, as long as we win. Fucking dual Mozambiques. God damn. Alright. Alright, yeah, I just picked up a scout. But I don't have a whole bunch of ammo for it. So I'm gonna have to stick with the Mozambique as a second gun.
Beginning ring countdown.
I can't sleep but you and me. Oh, there's ammos. Yeah, no, I found it. I'm good.
Shotgun ammo here.
I got 80 now. Okay, okay.
Someone's been digging around over there.
Roger, Dodger. Itchy Poo Fingers going the other direction. You fucking pink eye motherfucker. There's people at containment. I can hear the dragon going off. Just the one, I think. Or no, there's two. There's one up top, and then there's one. Yeah, there's one here. And then there's one.
Let's reposition here.
Okay. Should I just set that fucking dragon off? I'm going up these steps. Oh yeah, they're definitely in here. What? Are you doing like 75? Oh, he just bounced me off the fucking shit. Itchy Poo Fingers here, but he's fucking looting. He's fucking looting. I'm down and you're in a fucking fight and he's looting that fucking bin. And he just ran right past. Mother. Oh, and now he's gonna get me up.
Frag out.
Just ran and fucking.
Thanks. Good looking out.
I'm healing up. Yeah, right here. Nice. Oh shit, we're being shot. Fuck. I'm shooting.
I'm down.
Give my shield to recharge.
I'm at 83%. I was trying to fucking swap out my shield. Ugh. Damn. Damn. Mother fudge sandwiches. So yeah, when I make posts from now on, I'm gonna alternate where I'm tagging or where I'm checking in, I think is what it's called. Because like I've been using J&J services because I was trying to use Zero Logic, but it wasn't working because I thought because it didn't have an address, and you can't just create a place on Instagram anymore, like type a place in, say that's where I am. You have to actually like, it has to have like a page on Facebook or be something that like, it's got, yeah. So I'm like, well, I got Zero Logic's already made, so I figured I would do that. But then that wasn't working, and I thought, well, maybe because I didn't have an address, like a physical address, so I put in the convent on Solly Ave that is now, somebody bought it a couple years ago, and it's like a mansion that some dude owns. Yeah. Probably. I mean, it's probably a pretty awesome building. So that's just like to show you that like nuns live in mansions. Like the convent at St. Dom's is probably, I know like outside it looks pretty big. It's probably pretty decent inside. I mean, probably needs to be redone, but I mean, like, the size-wise, I mean, it's probably... But anyway, so I put that there, and then... Nice. Oh, Zero just logged on. But so it didn't work, and I think it's because, like, the Zero Logic, because I think there is the group that's tied to the business page, and I think that's what the problem is. Radamore. I Radamore, man. I rat and more. I rat snitch, bitch. Confidential informant. Yeah, I'm coming. What's up, Zero? Been waiting all... No, you're good. Oh, there's someone behind us still. Yeah, no problem at all. I just, when I looked to see, like, if you were on, I saw you were on the app, whatever, like a day ago. So I'm like, well, let me... Yeah, so I'm like, let me just message them and see what happens. Okay. Yep. Yeah, that shit's no fun. I've fallen asleep behind the wheel many times. Yeah, that's scary when like I've actually been like I'm so tired and I'm driving, I'm just like trying to focus and trying to stay awake, and then like all of a sudden I realize that my eyes are closed and I don't know how long it's been closed for, because like I'm thinking, all right, I'm gotta stay awake, I got the window down, I got the music blasting, and then the next conscious thought is my eyes are shut and I don't know how long they've been shut for. So I open real quick and like my heart's like pounding and my adrenaline's pumping. It sucks. Yes.
Lock and load, rinse, repeat. It's that simple.
Yeah, all of my accidents that I've been in, and I've been in quite a lot. Not all of them. Some I wasn't paying attention to, but I mean, all the times that I drove when I shouldn't have, and I've never gotten in an accident because I was intoxicated. It's always been because I was tired. Maybe I was intoxicated to the point that I was tired, but it was always because I was tired. I couldn't fight that. I could deal with everything else. I just couldn't fight being tired. Yeah. Like, I don't get it how, like, the military does it. Like, they're, I mean, they stay awake for, like, I mean, whatever, like 48 hours, like, they push themselves to these limits, and it's like, yeah. I mean, maybe during war, but I like during training and stuff, I'm sure that they push them to see. Well, yeah. Well, because like for me, I can fall asleep like standing up. I've done it at work. Just like hanging out on my computer. Oh, there's a longbow over here, Mr. Zero.
Longbow here. Semi-auto DMR.
If you're into that, a longbow.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
Yeah, I'll take a scout.
Look at the map. The next ring is far.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
Actually, no, I'm good. I don't need a scout.
Shotgun over here. Level 3.
Havoc here. Energy ammo here.
Dibs.
Uh-oh, we're gonna win. I'm sure you can. You got this. Piece of cake. I mean, you may get bored at some point,
Heavy
but
ammo here.
yeah.
Hemlock here. Backpack here. Level 1.
I'll take that.
There's a helmet if anybody needs that.
Helmet here. Level 1. Mind those headshots.
Yeah, there's a flyer with a purple box. I'm chasing that guy. Oh, I missed. Twice. Okay. Well, it took me 3 shots to hit him once. Alright, there's heavy rounds in here for you.
Heavy ammo here.
There's extended mag.
Got an extended heavy mag.
Ooh, 2x. Yeah, buddy.
Rings close.
My favorite.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
I could use that.
Dibs.
45 seconds. Rings a little far.
Gotta hop up here.
Thank you.
Don't know.
Optics.
Yeah, no, I do not know.
Optics here. Close range. Always better than iron sights.
Yes. That's what they used to call me in high school. Actually, nobody ever called me. Yeah.
Watch your sleeves.
Oh, yes. I'm dropping out level 2.
Wake up. Rings
Extended
moving.
light magazine.
Thing hurts.
Level 2.
Grappling.
Alrighty.
R99 here.
I need a hot dog.
301 here.
I could use disruptors if we see them. Not that it really matters. I'm not going to be hitting shots. My accuracy's been so bad today. Oh,
Got a hot dog here. Let's check out some shotgun ammo here. Level 3. Bolts increase rate of fire. Heavy ammo here.
Level 1. Shield battery here.
Shield cell here. Heavy ammo
yeah,
here.
I don't know, it's definitely, I don't know. It bothers me too because I also feel like I know at one point. There was a character in a game I used to play. Yeah. See?
New kill leader.
Dr. Forstner killed fallen wood god.
Throwing thermite grenade.
We just eliminated
Damn.
the whole
Oh, there's two back here. Dude, there's the Watson. Yeah, Watson in the street, and there's a Wraith in the building. Yeah, what? Oh.
This is where it ends.
Goddamn medics. Yeah, I thought I had to drop on them. I heard was not the case. Yeah, it just put so many bullets out.
It's time to rest.
Yes, I am.
We'll win this thing together.
Remnant? Yeah, I like it. I would have been playing it today. When I first logged on, Zed asked me if I wanted to play it, and I would have, except I had already set up. I already made my my graphic, set up the post, and sent everything out, dealing with Apex. So, yeah. But yeah, no, I like it. I'm definitely going to be streaming it another day this week. Yeah. Let's do market. Yeah, of course. I like me some backhoe.
Let's land here.
Going for the backhoe. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, we got, yeah, another squad. Fuck. Shit, I don't even have a gun.
Opening fire. Take him out with a decoy.
I got attachments for days, no fucking gun.
Outside the next ring.
Someone got the party started.
Yeah, I'm being chased by a fast guy. There's no guns. God damn, where are all the fucking guns at? There's 0 guns. I don't have a gun. I'm not. Yeah, I was.
Target's right in front of
Or any guns, there's a peacekeeper and no fucking bullets. I can't believe there's no fucking guns. I finally found a gun. Not one, just fucking barely. Yeah. Hit him for 88, broke the shield. Nice. Yeah, that drone fucking saved me. Yeah.
too. You need one if you don't have it.
Fuck. Alright, I gotta swap this out for... There's a... Oh no, it's a blue bag, never mind. Thought there was a... Does anybody have any bullets they can spare? Or never mind, I just found heavy. Here, I get... No, he doesn't have any. Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I needed that. Yeah, I didn't find a gun for the first...
Just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
I don't know, more than the first half of that. I was running around with no gun. Oh, I have some energy ammo. Somebody needed energy? Yep. Yeah, I found energy, but no guns. It was a fucking nightmare. I found a peacekeeper that had 4 shots in it, and that was it. Yeah, that's where I just picked up a flat line for the bullets that were in it.
Already in the next ring. I smell victory.
I dropped my peacekeeper in here.
More chops.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've gotten stuck on that too.
Chef box here. Might be something good there.
Shotgun bolts here. Level 1.
Come on, say hello.
Longbow
There's a longbow. Yeah, let's get our roll on.
Knockdown shield here. Level 1. Oh, we're down to 50% left, kids. Yeah, that's a
No.
pretty easy mag.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
Yeah, I can use that. Definitely not the first squad to pass through here. Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
Knockdown shield here. Level 1. Gonna need one of these if you're
I
bleeding
just
out.
picked up a box, so I can give you that. I now have 60 bullets, so I can give you this box. That.
Heavy ammo here.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
Yeah, I guess. Yep, oh yeah, oh shit. Oh, yep. Alright. Yeah. And then you want to push through caves, you want to keep going down the street. There you go.
Heavy ammo here.
There's 2 boxes of heavy for you. I got 100 lights, I'm okay. Yes. Si, senor. Okay. I might switch to a longbow. I got a flatline, but to help conserve ammo. Okay. Yep. There's a 1x site.
Close range. Always better than opposites.
They're on the roof there. No, fuck! I couldn't fucking duck in time. We're both down. It's just you, Grim. Bum 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 bum. It was just the one, you just got shot from the one dude.
Pop the smoke, make 'em broke.
Three words. Win, ready, win again. Yeah.
Introducing your champion.
I wish all of you could fight tomorrow too, but you'll be dead. This might be a good place to
Oh
land.
shit, it's time for the pit.
Here we go. It's a long drop. Fun.
Fuck, no gun.
Enemy taken down.
Contact here.
I'm down. Need a medic.
More enemies down.
Over there.
Austin, right here.
Oh, right in front of you, right in front of you.
There's one right here.
I am taking fire, friends.
Got one here.
Caustic and a fast guy. Yes. Fuck your caustic. Caustic's in the middle.
Hostile. Danger close.
There's one right here.
Fire, friends. Enemy taken down.
He's coming up over here. He's coming up.
Watch out for the enemy.
Tango near me.
You need a shield too. Okay, you got a shield. Good. There's energy in the center. He's right behind you.
Enemies are shooting at me.
No! That was actually the most entertaining game that I've had so far. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you downed one guy. Well, you said you downed a guy. Right, and then I was shooting the guy and he won. And you downed that guy, and then there was maybe. Okay, yeah, then maybe one of them had a gold thing and was able to get themselves up.
Lock and load, rinse, repeat. It's that simple.
I'm ready for this. I am so ready for this. I am extremely ready for this. Are we ready?
I was created for this, I think.
Introducing your champion. Pain, death. Nothing phases me.
I could play Apex and then go for a drive and fall asleep driving. I have zero problem. Well, I guess my problem is I fall
might be a
asleep
good place
too
to land.
easily.
Heard that.
Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
Yeah, I mean that's how they put babies to sleep. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
Knockdown shield here.
RE-45 here.
Get out of my inventory, you stupid scope. I didn't mean to ping it.
Sniper.
Nobody wants those dumb sights.
We're inside the ring. Got the
There's
position
another one,
advantage.
if anybody was
Optics here.
curious.
Sniper.
Yeah.
Body shield here. Level 1.
I was in a game earlier where somebody was looking for it. Just, yeah, well, not that in particular, but just sniper sights. And I was like, I got a 1 to 2 I'd give you. He's like, nah, I got one of those. I need like a big one. I'm like, all right, buddy, if you fucking say so. Yeah.
Got a hop up here. Select fire.
You know, all that shit talking. I'm gonna throw this 6X on and see what happens. Oh, I just got hit with a grenade. There's people in here. Like I got hit with the physical grenade. No. No, so maybe it didn't... Okay, so maybe it didn't actually hit me. But like, my fast speed came on, my double time. And I saw the thing for it.
Got a bad guy.
I am taking cover.
Oh, they're behind us too. Should not have any heals or anything.
Hostile ready. Target. This way.
Down a target. Down another target. Reloading.
There's one right here.
Yeah! Yes! Yes, yes.
Good fight.
Alright. Yeah. The best game. Great game. Yeah, I mean, I second that.
Optics here. Mid-range.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Adios, Grim. Thanks for the games. I've heard that before too. It's like the ba-da-doo. It's like, that's weird. It's like living in the Matrix.
Get ready to stitch them up.
I wish I knew Kung Fu. I'd be like the coolest person I know.
The ring isn't really complex, but it can be a little complicated. Wait, what I just said?
I was created for this, I think.
Oh, okay.
This is your champion.
Like,
Remember this best. It's coming for you.
I don't know, that doesn't... I mean, I guess they have to speak in code, but like, that doesn't make sense. It's not any shorter. Oscar Mike on the move, like... I don't know, military is crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Right, so yeah, I mean, it makes sense with needing to be talking in code and whatever, but... Yeah. Yes, the America.
Attention. First blood.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
Oh, look at you getting robots. You stupid robot.
Look at the map. The next ring is far.
He found the robot.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3. Body shield here. Level 1.
No.
Let's go this
Gotta
way.
hop up here.
Helmet
Is
here.
that
Level
disruptor rounds?
one.
Yes.
Rhino's headshot. I need it.
Yes. I need a bag too if we see one. Okay, good. So I'm like already running out of space and it's no good. Oh my god, there's so many bags up here. No wonder I couldn't find one. They're all up here.
New kill leader.
There's
Watch
5 of them
your
up
six.
here, I think. 2, 3, 4, yeah, and the one I picked up. That's insane. 6 bags. I don't know, I just want to double check our teammates looting because I don't trust them. Like, here's some heavy bullets.
Standard stock here. Level 1.
More heavy bullets.
Yeah, I could use that.
Yeah, and like, look, buddy, you were the one that looted this area.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, let's do the cage. Cage is a good time. It's good, wholesome fun.
The ring's closing in 1.
You know, that fun where you shoot people? That kind of wholesome. For the kids, definitely for the
Ring is
kids.
quite far. There is not much time left.
A murder for the kids. Yes. Yeah, that is like so fucked up. Like, and I remember my uncle like making me watch it, and me not really liking it or like really understanding it because I was a kid.
Gotta hop up here. Skull piercing.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was so insane.
10 seconds. The ring's basically knocking on the door.
Like, the rape scene was just so crazy. Like, why would you like make a child watch it? I don't know. That's how my uncle is. Yeah. It's like, yeah. Yeah, everybody's gonna have questions when you're fucked up later in life. I'm gonna tell them I don't know anything about it. No fucking way. Yeah, it's definitely, it's absolutely close enough. Hey, this is John Raper. John what? I mean, there's no way he can plead not guilty. What?
Optics here. Close range.
Gidget to plant
Optics here.
this.
Close range.
Yo, oh my god, like... That doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, so what did, when you saw that, did you like Google that? Like, what does that mean? That's gotta be like... That's gotta be a
Who's ready to fly on
word,
this
I mean
flight?
like a thing. A Gidget has to be a thing that she's named after. That's what I would assume. Yeah.
Champion out.
What's all this energy? Ooh, more. Fucking Gidget. Oh shit. Yeah, I didn't realize the ring was like right on my ass.
Half the squad's
Yeah, I'm
ready.
here. I'm here now. Gidget has entered the building.
Something is there.
Like how? Okay. Like how could you do that to your fucking kid? Yeah, like Gidget. Oh no! Bad move, bad move. Yeah. That's such a fucking, like, the last name is hard enough, Duplantis, but like a Barbara Duplantis or a Elizabeth Duplantis, whatever. But then you're like, I'm gonna make it super difficult. Gidget. Yeah.
Heavy ammo here.
Oh yes, I have 2 syringes. Oh, that's more than enough. Alright, we're here to take these last two.
Catching up. Let's go this way.
Yeah. Alright, well I can't carry that.
Syringe here. When you need a quick
Yeah, I think
patch
they're
up.
on the roof.
Contact with enemy.
Oh, can you see them through that? Oh. Because there was a, I forget where it was now, but me and Grim realized that we could see like shadows through something. It wasn't here, somewhere else. When they walked above, we could. Oh shit! Oh. Ah, his people is fucking me up.
Never saw me coming, did ya? It's cool. They never do.
I don't know. I'll have to check it. I've seen videos where people like, back in even before season 1, they were at I think it's I forget the name of the places where containment is now. That used to be called I forget. But in that area, he was like demonstrating with the choke. He was able to shoot like somewhere across the river and like hit one of the buildings, and like you could still see he had like a 2x sight on it, and you could still see like it wasn't spread out. Like it was probably spread out enough to like fill somebody's torso, and like that was it.
I'm ecstatic to fight.
That's pretty amazing. I was like, damn, I gotta use the Peacekeeper more. And with a 2x sight, like you can almost snipe with it. Like, yeah, but I mean it's. Oh yeah, drop it like it's hot. I'm ready for this. Yo, what's up, monkey? What's going on, buddy? Long time no see. Yeah. It says I'm back down to 2 viewers. Maybe I missed them. Oh, damn. I saw that. Oh, there's a squad down with our teammate. Alright, I got a gun. I don't have a vest though. There's more than one.
Just us now. Gotta watch each other's backs.
Oh, you left this dude alive? Gave me that kill. Oh, they're here. Oh yeah, I was fucking surrounded. Good, good. I'm glad to see you're fine. Yeah, man, I'm living the dream over here. Man. Streaming 4 days a week. You know? Yeah, I mean the Havoc does. The problem is the spin up time does insane damage. Whatever the stock clip is, it's like 28 or something. Does like 550 damage with the full clip. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, it's hard to control, but I mean if you can figure it out, like the Devotion does. That's got, I mean, more ammo obviously, but a full clip of that does over 700 damage. Like it's the Devotion. I don't know, Monkey. You want to play some Apex? You want to get in next game? Yeah, you could be as famous as I am. Yeah. Gross. I concur.
Heard that.
Sure, alright, yeah, Monkey will join us next game. Yeah. What's up, buddy? Yeah, what time is it there for you? It's like 7, 8. You just, yeah. No, I am. Yeah, he lives in the words are escaping me. He lives over in. Thank you. What the fuck? The UK. It's like I could like see it. I could see it on the map. I just couldn't get the words out. Oh my god. Yeah, like I'm like, yeah, it's over in the fucking thing. The thing over there.
Always better than iron sights.
Yeah. Like that hurt my fucking head. Oh man. So I'm gonna keep that. I'll let y'all know that's there. Alright, I'll leave that alone. I will go to steal stuff from our teammate. Because fuck randoms. Fuck randoms. Kill the robot. Okay, let me out of the door. Let me out of the door, please. Thank you. Oh. That's mine, J Skills. Don't be a dick.
We got 1 minute and the ring is far. Just
Do
how I
it.
like it.
Oh no. Okay, he stopped. He didn't. Alright, or he came back down. 45, ring in close. Uh-oh. Now, yeah. Now, when you can still use it when you're charging it.
10 seconds till ring close. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, because I had a wireless that I'm
Ring's closing.
pretty sure that I couldn't use it when
But we gotta go.
I haven't had it in a while, but I'm pretty sure that I couldn't do it. And it just, because I remember being annoyed with that. Might have, I honestly don't know. It's been so long. I liked it because, and at the time my game system was in the living room, so like I was even closer to like the kitchen. But like if I went to get a drink, I didn't have to like carry my controller with me and stuff. Which, not that that's a big deal, but yeah, just I seemed to remember being annoyed to like, my headset's dead, and you know it's $100 headset. It's like what I wanted to use all the time, but now I had to like go back to my like $6 earbuds because my shit was dead. It's a good question. I forget the brand name, but they have their series is like it's like an A series, so there's like
R99 here.
A3, A6, and an A9 or whatever. Yeah, and it was the A9. It was the hot shot. I still have the headphones. I dropped it. Oh shit, okay. Oh, there's a blue body shield. Alright, I'm going for the body shield then. Alright. But yeah, it was a decent headset, but I dropped it and broke the mic thing. Broke it right off inside the, so yeah, so I mean, I probably can order a replacement, but I don't know.
Let's check. Heavy ammo here. Energy ammo. Heavy ammo here.
All right, let's get ready for me to miss all my shots.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
For real. For real.
There's a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Call him if you spot him. Looks like that area's been compromised.
Yeah, my shots are all over the place. Like right there, he was standing still, and I did like.
Throwing jump pad.
Got our squad mates banner.
Where's this motherfucker at? I put a bunch of shots into his head.
New kill leader. Not for a long time.
What? There you go. Stay alive, J Skills. We're pulling a sneaky ass fucking shit. No, don't kill him. Crawl off. Crawl off, crawl off, crawl off. Oh, he's stuck in the fucking building. God damn it. God, J Skills, you had one job and it was to not die.
1 minute. Rings nearby.
They're all the way down the other end there.
Hostile right here. This is mate's banner. Rings next door. 45.
Nice. Come here, motherfucker. Oh yeah, his teammates right here. Teammates dead.
Reloading. Ring ain't far. Half of one. That was the whole squad.
Yeah, his teammate was just standing in the corner, like waiting to fucking
Extended heavy magazine
pick
here.
him up, I guess.
Level 3. Ammo out.
Not today, son. Not fucking today.
10 seconds. Rings just ahead.
Yeah, I got
Shield cell here.
oh, I've way too many fucking shits. Let's take some throwables. Alright, rings closing, we gotta go. Oh, there's another gold box. Oh, gold fucking. Yeah.
Phoenix kid
You
here.
got all that shit.
Bad kid here.
Barrel stabilized.
Yeah, I'm good, I got.
Level 3.
Got that. Oh, somebody's here. On the roof.
Hostile right here.
Yo, fuck you. Take that. Eat that shit.
Painless. Knocking at the door.
Yeah, I called that in on them.
Recharging shield.
Motherfucker.
Thank you. You made me just a little bit better.
Yeah, I called that in hoping to give us some breathing room. Did not. J Skills you. Whatever that means. We're gonna fuck all these kids up now.
Oh, I've got a J first. I want this.
Just realized my music's off. Me music is now playing.
Big days are coming for us.
Yeah, I gotta do a finisher with Bangalore, but I don't ever do finishers, so I never remember. Yeah.
Well, get the kids ready, or at least about to head out to fun.
Introducing your champion.
Yeah. I just don't like the fact that I'm stuck in that animation. I mean, shooting them, I mean, I can back out and whatever. Grim finishes them all the time, like especially early game when he's like he doesn't have ammo or something. Yeah.
This is a good LZ.
Very well.
Yeah, monkeys are good luck charm.
Hit the jets. We're dropping on.
Okay, I got a gun. I got a vest. I got a dream.
Beginning ring countdown.
Next ring is far. Victory is furthest.
First blood.
I hear footsteps.
Blood. Extended light back here. Level 2.
Oh yeah, they're in this building. They're on the first floor. Oh, they dropped down. Good shit. Yeah, that's the motherfucker that was here. Yeah, bitch. Take that. Oh, yep.
Placing an independent.
Nice.
That kill signaled the independent.
Let's go.
G7 scout here.
Alright, yeah.
Shields are recharging. Healing my wounds.
Okay, let me drop this peacekeeper.
Peacekeeper here. Got a hop up here. Barrel choke.
New kill leader, Azalco. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
Recharging shields.
Thank you. Give me a sec. Recharging shield.
You need a shield cell monkey?
Heads up. Ring's closing in 1.
Eva 8 here. Growler
Okay. I can drop this for you. And then I can use this guy.
Thank you.
Taking a knee. Catching up.
Recharging shields.
45. Rename close.
Alright, I'm gonna start moving.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Oh shit, this was looted over here.
Growler SMG here.
Devotion here.
Yeah, sometimes it's not the worst. Most of the time, probably not. It's supposed to be. But whenever it sounds like it's kind of good, it's probably not free music.
Gotta hop over here.
No, it's labeled as epic melodic dubstep music mix Future Fox. Yeah, it's not bad. But that's what I've come to realize, that if it sounds like it's pretty good, it's probably, yeah. Yeah, I got a flatline. Oh shit. You can have that if you want a monkey. I got a purple, I got a blue one. Damn, what did you pick up that you're getting rid of all your heavy shite? Oh. Oh, okay. I just found a purple whip myself. Look at that. Karma pays. If we see a alternator or a 45, I have disruptor rounds. I'd like to switch. Oh, I just found one. So yeah, I'm good. Yep. Okay, yeah. I just found a gun from my disruptor rounds I was carrying. This is not a good situation. Okay. Okay, yeah, I got some heals. Not too bad. I just was looking at how I had to run. I was running one direction to get away from the storm, but I had to cut back to go around this mountain, so. My eyes are peeled. Oh yeah, that. Yep. Alright. I'm throwing my ultimate at them. And then I gotta heal up. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm coming now.
Administering medical aid. Planning a defense position here.
Yeah, I don't see them.
Administering medical aid.
1 minute. Zero shutdown.
Okay. That's not what we asked for.
Level 1. Good for ranged engagements.
Get started. Head strong.
45 seconds. Ring ain't far.
Have a subject in view. Far off.
Okay. Up there, I see them zipping towards market.
Not too far from ring. Got 10.
Firing on subjects. Getting spotted one.
Damn. I just turned around and started pre-firing that corner. I know I wouldn't have time to heal up. It doesn't matter, it didn't work. So. Yeah, Willy Wags got me with his 99. And Extra Frisky got me with his Spitfire. You and me both, man. The only reason I landed so many shots is because I was shooting Gibraltar. With his big ass. Yeah, his... That's crazy, like that thing always gets in the way for me, but it never, like, when I play him, I don't seem to get a benefit from it. Like, they just shoot around it like it's nothing.
They're not gonna know what hit 'em.
Come on, friend. Time to win.
Yeah, I mean, it must, because his shield will take 75 damage before it breaks.
In case you didn't know, you get here by winning. Good luck.
Skull Town, Skull Town. This time, I'm gonna land all my shots.
Let's land here. Mira, someone's out there. They're far.
Copy that.
Here we go. It's a long drop.
Do what? Oh, okay. Oh, yep. Guy behind Monkey. Just ran in that building. Nice. Good shit.
Downed one. Contact.
Alright. I need ammos.
Engaging. Reloading.
I'm coming with my 16 bullets.
Grenade, watch out. Reloading. I am taking
Are they on the roof? Alright, I'm going up the.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Oh, someone's shooting from behind us too. I'm going up to the roof.
Reloading. Took out an enemy.
Alright, I just fell off
New kill leader.
because I don't know how to walk on steps.
It's go time.
Alright, there's boxes here. I'm throwing my shield and looting.
Shield up.
I need ammo. Oh, somebody's right here. What? Yo, how many fucking squads are here? This is bullshit. They're like not shooting each other. Like, come on. No, you don't see me. You don't see me. I was pretty sure when I downed that Watson and whoever was hiding in the corner that when the Mirage ran in, he was on a different team, but he wasn't. And then I felt like there was a fourth person who was shooting at me instead of them. It's bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, it's like purgatory or something. I don't know. Nothing says I'm a man more than pink skulls. You know what I mean?
Ready to go.
It's a fine line. Avoid death as closely as possible.
You know, I haven't been Octane all night. I'm gonna be Octane.
Today's a good day to cheat day.
your champion.
Opening season. No time for an FNG.
No time for an FNG. Where to, gentlemen? Let's do the cage. I feel like I don't go there nearly enough. Damn it, tell him to go somewhere else.
Attention. First blood.
Well, I guess we'll have to tell him the hard way.
First blood on the enemy.
That happened in a game earlier where somebody's like, yo, that bloodline just appeared out of nowhere. Like, is that one of his abilities to just like disappear? Alright, on my way. How do I get? I don't have a shield. I'm going down anyway. Oh, is there a shield? The body shield? Yes. Oh, I hear somebody. How are you? Yeah, let's drop down. We gotta grab his banner. Shit.
Watch out for the kill leader, friend.
Come on. Yeah, broke that guy's shield behind the boxes, so he's probably healing up. Somebody's zipping back up. Alright, let's now you can't leave, bitch. Oh, I hear somebody running around. Aaron, I got a big thing for you. Yeah. I got that for you. Fill your thing. No, I'm good. Okay, somebody just... Yeah, I hear another drop ship. Alright, let's just run and grab him. Look. Oh, is there? I can. Yeah. Oh, somebody's here. Oh, it's a whole fucking squad. Holy shit! What was that? Oh my god! Did you see that? Monkey, were you spectating me? I like somehow got stuck on that box between. I didn't even know you could jump up there, but like I climbed up the box, and like I was stuck crawling on top of that box. Yep. That was garbage. Oh, was that today? Yeah, I heard about that. I didn't realize that it was so soon, though. Oh, shit. Yeah, I seen a little animation on the on Facebook There's like a... Shotguns and snipers only? Really? Yeah.
If I'm gonna be honest, I find death fascinating.
Can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller Records down, baby. Probably. Probably. There was a, I think it was Mr. Beast. He's a big YouTuber. He's the guy that I talked about before that like donates huge sums of money to streamers. Like he'll pick in the video be like donating $10,000 to female streamers or whatever. Well, he hummed theme song. I forget what it was, but he just hummed it, and they demonetized his video for it. Somebody put a copyright claim in for it. Yep. Somebody just said, just saying the name of Bohemian Rhapsody, and they copyright claimed his video. Well, because what they do is there's these like third-party companies. YouTube just like changed its rules to kind of try to fight against this, but there's these third-party corporations. Their whole thing is they have rooms of people who watch videos, and when they find something like that, they put a claim in against it for the company that owns it. And then they just because you have apparently have a couple options. Oh yes. You have a couple options when you make a claim. You can either try to take it down, leave the video up, or just like take the monetization from the video. So that's what they do. They claim it, they leave the video up, and they just take the monetization from it. So then like even if you fight it and that takes like a couple weeks, like all of your views had already happened. I mean, so like, yeah, it really fucks with creators. So YouTube would change their rules that you can't, they can still like claim it, they can still put a copyright strike against it, but they can't leave the video up and claim the monetary value from it. They can either take it down or I guess do nothing with it. I don't know, I heard about it on a podcast. I didn't really look into it yet, but, and I'm not at the level where I need to worry about anybody taking any money from me because I'm not making any money. Well, thank you. I have a bag. I'm good. Yeah, me too. I do hope I get there someday. But even if I don't, I mean, I enjoy it. I've met some, yeah, I met some pretty decent people through the stream. Like people who came in either because they wanted to play with the streamer or they, for whatever reason. Nope, she's run away. She knows she's fucked up. Oh, she got a teammate up top. Okay. They're back in that, like that exit. No, leave me alone. Alright, I gotta heal up. Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna get him up real quick and then. Okay, shit, let me heal. Oh god damn, man. Come on, come on.
Shields are recharging.
Oh, you mother. Nice. Oh, the fucking 2-4. I zoomed in with it. Fucked everything up. And then oh. Didn't get any kills. Motherfuckers. Yeah, she's a fucking bitch. If I ever see her on the streets, oh man, I'm gonna say horrible things to her. Yeah, you motherfucking bitch. You goddamn woman. Fucking. You woman.
Wanna fly, compadre? Let's fly. I am ready. I hope you are too.
I am ready. I hope you are too.
Don't be fooled. I'm a man of science.
I hope you're ready. I am too. I think is what Octane said. I'm just repeating what the character said. Just trying to fill in the awkward silence of my stream. That's all. That's all. Wherever you want to go, as long as we win the game.
I say we land here.
Yes.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system. Might be something good this way.
Let's do it. Hillside Outpost or whatever the fuck it is. Well, make me look like a fucking idiot. But on your game.
First blood. That's how it begins.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but now I look like I made that shit up.
R301 here.
Where would I have gotten that name from?
How serendipitous.
Syringe here.
Yeah, for real, I'm telling you, that's not like a, I don't know, I don't even know how to explain like my train of thought right now. Right, but like, yeah, but I wouldn't have like made that name up, like, I saw it somewhere. I don't know, man, I don't know. Maybe that's where I saw it. No. Nah, I don't need it. I don't need it either. I thought it was either a choke or something else. Yes, please.
Level 2.
Now there's just a level 2. Sorry. Sorry about your luck.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's kick ass and take names.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3 turbocharger.
Oh, there's actually a... Yeah, I'm gonna swap my triple take for that and grab that turbocharger.
Level 2. Energy ammo here.
Okay, I will take that. Really? Let's go get that shit. Containment's got some good loot.
I suggest we do some research in this area.
And I want it all. I want it all. Surprise, motherfuckers. Yeah, no, it looks not looted in the least bit. Shut up, dragon.
Power SMG here. Nice. Heavy ammo here.
If we see a alternator or a...
Extended light mag here.
I guess that'll work.
We are inside the next ring. A net positive result. I can use that. Thanks.
Grappling.
Oh yeah, there's loot all the way up there. You might be able to get to it. We can't,
Check your maps.
unless we all the way in the center, at the top, like on top of those flags. Like, so if you can grapple up to that thing. Oh shit! Hold on. Well, I messed up. Put that there, and then grab it.
Using grapple.
Yeah, no, yeah, hold on. You knew... Oh, really? Yeah, no, I thought there was loot up there. Okay. Yeah, no, I gotta, I'm good, I gotta have it. I just thought that there was loot up there. I remember I landed there one time by accident. And there was something.
We should conduct a search right here.
Don't look here. Keep eyes on the new kill leader. Half toast.
Oh, somebody just got it. Do we want to push them? Are we ready for a fight or no? Do we want to loot a bit more? Yeah, I don't know. I just saw the light went out. That's...
Hemlock here. Tossing thermite. Standard stock here. Level 2.
Fuck you, dragon. Somebody's calling in an ultimate. Where's that? Oh, they're calling it in on us. Yeah, I'm jumping up to the high ground here.
We should conduct a search right here.
Oh, right here? Yeah, someone just... Oh, fucking fast. God. What? What? Yeah, I don't know either. I got hit with 2 longbow shots that took all my shields and half my health. And then he, well, longbow, no, yeah, longbow does, I think, 55 damage. So, okay, yeah, so he takes 10% less. But that fast guy hit me with two longbow shots. I dropped back to heal, and here he comes jumping off his fucking trampoline, and like shotgun blast me in the face in the air. I'm gonna be on a fucking compilation of like amazing shots.
Pick me, I'm so bored.
Yeah, I don't even know what the Octane had. I never shot him. Oh, that was embarrassing. This is the round. This is where we kick ass. Yeah, pit's a fun drop.
This might be a good place to land.
Understood.
Here we go. It's a long drop. Fun.
Looks like we are alone. I believe.
Body shield here.
You don't want it?
Gracias.
There's a new kill. Your gratitude is acknowledged.
We're already in the ring. Let's go with
Thank you.
Extended light mag here. Level 1. Shotgun bolt here. Level 2. Havoc here. Prowler SMG here.
Is there ammo with that Havoc? Yes, there is. I will take that.
Do a shotgun here. Shotgun ammo here.
Let's go.
What do you think is over here?
Yeah. I'll put us on the back side of the rock, and that building right out there usually has decent loot. Yeah, nah, yeah, I have an alternator. I love some disruptor rounds.
Alpha here. Level 2.
Optics here. Close range.
Yeah, those disruptor rounds on fire.
Body shield here. Level 2.
Helmet here. Level 1.
I'm dropping this Havoc. I'm going with this flatline.
Havoc here.
Yeah, he just learned to dodge the bullets. Jesus. Yeah, Mozambique is not my forte.
Heavy ammo here.
Yeah, the hammer points are pretty good. Yeah, they're pretty.
Lucky us. We are already.
Yeah, I mean, dude, if I get one kill with them, I mean, I freak. Oh, we got people here.
Level 1.
Oh, and he's running away. It sounded like I hit him a couple times, but it only showed me one hit. Shield storm. Oh, fuck, I'm on fire. Nice.
Subject deceased.
That's what I'm talking about.
Gotta hop up here.
Yep.
Extended energy back here. Level 1. Target over there. Cancel that. Charging up my shields.
Alright, let's go say hello. Oh yeah.
Arcstar. Who's ready to fly on a zipline? I am.
Oh, and there's people in the cave. I don't know where they are, they just fucked me up.
Charging up my shields.
There's a new shield up here, Monkey. Brand new shields for you. Nice. Purple shields. Running away. Oh shit, there's somebody on top of the rock. It's never a good sign. Yeah, there's a wraith right here. That's never good when you hear, oh my god. Like, why are my shots not hitting? Yeah. When that wraith left, I'm like, oh, she's running. Like this has got to be the end of the squad. And I chased her right into that robot. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta go thirst these mother fudge sandwiches. Yeah. Oh shit, it's after 4. This is gonna be my last game. If this is a good game, this is gonna be my last game. Yeah, if my girlfriend wakes up and sees me still playing, I'm in trouble. Like, oh babe, I'm doing amazing. Oh, you have no idea. She'll be like, all right, I don't want to hear about it. Just go to bed.
Let's land here.
Loud and clear.
Oh my gosh.
Let's land here. Jumping in. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah, there's at least 2 squads, 3 squads. No, going to water treatment. We have.
Check out that area.
There's one above us, but I don't know if they're going to Skulltown or past that.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this. Body show here. Level 2. No bamboozle.
You can have it. I don't have a gun, so I would just wind up donating it to the.
Prowler estimate here.
Okay. When there's a prowler. Yeah, I would just wind up donating it to the enemy team when they caught up with me. P20 in Mozambique. Mozambique Monday.
Body show here. Level 1. You'll kill me there. Show off. Setting up my decoy.
Oh, ended shield. Oh, devotion. I will take it. Make these mother bitches pay.
Ammo here. R99 here.
Drop that shotgun shells. Alright, do you want to push Thunderdome? Let's do it. Ruckus be brought.
Rings closing in 1.
Yeah, all this stuff's looted. I don't see them now. Oh, I see something blue over here. Up, they move to
45 seconds.
this way, I think. Yeah, I hear gunshots this way.
Taking them out with a decoy.
Yeah, these buildings are looted.
Get out there and bamboozle.
Oh, I hear them. I'm grenading in there. Oh, behind us, behind us. Behind you. She's... That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy relax.
Fuck your team.
Someone's gotta take out the new kill leader. Cocky.
Attention. Care package.
Check it out, care package coming in.
Yo, there's so many boxes here.
Gotta hop up here.
Spitfire here. Alternator here.
Healing. This is taking too long.
R301 here.
Are you keeping your energy ammo or your energy gun? Okay.
Gotta hop up here. Thank you.
Alright.
Patching myself up.
I'm gonna swap this shite for something.
R301 here. R99.
Alright, here's
Death box here.
there's my energy. Disrupt it. Oh, yeah, the wall's here. Alright. Alright. Okay, yeah, I got one med kit and 10 syringes. Not too bad.
Patching myself up.
Boom.
Patching myself
Oh,
up.
someone's grenading us. Oh shit. And triple taking us. Oh.
Enemy down. One sec, healing up. I'm down.
Oh, he's down already.
I'm standing still.
Alright, here's setting up traps. Yeah, heal up, monkey. Yeah.
I just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
Attention.
They're not getting back up from that.
He's dead. Yeah.
Healing. This is taking too long.
Recharging shields.
That's what I'm fucking talking about.
Going to train.
What? There we go. That was a waste of fucking time and energy.
This is taking too long.
Patching myself up.
Just gotta patch myself up.
He thought we were just gonna leave him in the ring. Nope, buddy, we're coming.
Charging shields.
Going up. Eyes are open now. Need to recharge my shields.
Using those. Come on, come on, come on.
Yeah, it sucks. The storm came in and really fucked us there. I dropped some energy ammo on the ground. I think I did see some in some boxes. But just
Body shield here. Level 3.
I don't know what it is.
Light ammo here. Flatline here.
I have some light ammo I can drop also.
We could just walk it.
Got 186 if you need it.
R301 here.
Okay.
G7 Scout here. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
Body shield here. Level 3.
Knockdown shield here.
There's energy ammo and a knockdown shield. And there's
Mira, light ammo here. 10 till ring closes.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3. Rings moving.
alright. Not too shabby. The top 5.
Sending out my decoy.
Oh yeah, we should have.
Check it out. Care package.
Yeah, oh, there's people here. No, no, leave me alone. Fuck. Yeah, somebody's chasing me to kill me. God damn it. Motherfucker. Yeah, damn. Laying kids out. Alright, gentlemen. Well, that was a lot of fun, but yeah, I have to get to bed before I get beat. So I will be. I might be able to play tomorrow, but I'll definitely be on and streaming again Wednesday. So I'll definitely be playing Wednesday. So, alright. Yeah. Adios, fellas. Alright, so that is it for me. That is the big old shit done stuff. Alright, yeah, so I want to say thank you. Thank you. This is so hard to tell. My stream elements is all jacked up. I don't know. Gotta fix this. Don't really know what my camera's looking at because it cuts off like half my face. Anyway, alright, so thank you to everybody who came out. Appreciate it. Means everything to me. Trying to turn a passion into a profession. So I appreciate all the support, even if you were here for a minute, 2 minutes, 6 minutes, whatever. Appreciate it. Zed, always coming out. Really appreciate you, always supporting. Grim, I want to thank Grim for the games, and he stopped in the Facebook for a little bit. Nicole, I want to thank you for coming out. I don't know if you've ever came out. You might have came out once another time. But I want to thank you for coming out. I want to thank Monkey, DSYR Monkey for the games. Appreciate it at the end. It's been a long time since I've talked to him. And I want to thank Zero for I messaged him on Xbox and told him that we needed him when me and Grim were playing. And he said, I just woke up. He'll be on in like a half hour or so. So got up and hopped on to help us out, and I really appreciate that. To the fact that he was even tired there when we were logging off, so he probably would have just stayed in bed, but he got up to help us out, so it means a lot to me. Yeah, so again, thank you all for coming out. Appreciate it. To the